Hello, hello, hello. How are you? I hope you're doing well. If you're watching on YouTube, you can catch us live at twitch.tv/RightTalkASmile2. And if you are watching on YouTube and you'd like to see, maybe leave a like, a comment, subscribe, maybe even a ask for if you see something specific. Hello, Doodle. 1 second. Let me finish. If you want to see a specific game, do tell me in the future. And if you don't like to see, feel free to leave a dislike and tell me why. Well, Doodle, you get to be the first person. I don't think you really care, but just realized what I did wrong there. Let me fix that. Where is it? Yeah, here. I don't know. How you doing? Hope you're doing well. Yay. Whenever it actually hits 5, I change my skin to the new one. Neat. Or I at least like start using the new one. Anyway, how you doing? And let me change the music up. Do. Off that. And da 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 da. Nice. Anyway, hello, how you doing? Oh, you can hear me, right? I need to check. I don't know. It's a little. Oh, you can? Cool. Thank you. Anyway, how you doing? Like I said, you're the first person on the because I only started. Give me a second. I need to fix the settings because I'm not the last person that used it. Hello, Snow. How you doing? Give me a second. 1, 2, 3, 4. What am I doing this? How are you doing? Hope you're doing well. Let me fix this. I hate classic. I'm glad to hear it. Alright, so we're doing Bedrock today. There we go. As was requested. So we are going to continue our trying to actually get back up to where we were. We're not going to try to do a trial chamber probably till whenever they do the next update, just because they're currently kind of broken on Bedrock. Been following that. I was just left with, I kind of think I'm going to wait. Because we can't enjoy them in their best. Come on. What the? There we go. That just wasn't working. I am drinking a ginger lime polar seltzer. It feels good on the throat. Yeah, we're going to turn these into windows too later. I'm more amazed that these ones actually, yeah. But yeah, it is a, it's just water. Let's see, so we were at the point where we had just boots. Not great boots, but we didn't have good boots really too much in the, anyway, so it doesn't matter. Fair enough. I mean, do what you gotta do to keep your streak. I say that to anyone and anyone. I don't mind. Even if it's just like a fake view for like a second. Cheat the system. I need food. Maybe I shouldn't say that. But I don't know. They set it up. All right. I really that's how I feel. I really do. Game the system. Because why not? Alright, I need... Oh, right, I was working on making rooms below for more villagers, wasn't I? I should do that. Or keep working on that. And then sell, obviously, the stone blocks and all that. And, I think I'd made it to where I needed to go for the next one. I don't remember. It's been a while. It's been a couple weeks because nobody wanted to watch me have to work on this. That's just fine. And fair. Yeah. So... that being the front door, yeah, this is like this. And we're just gonna clear this space out just like the previous one. I need a light. I have none. Now I remember why I wasn't in here. Let me go get that. Alright. And obviously we want to work on, maybe that, and maybe actually getting some stuff enchanted and everything too. I don't know. Things. Get more villagers set up maybe, or maybe we... I don't know how else to do other than, like, try? Alright, have I got any... Yeah, I do. I totally do. Okay, what's that book? Efficiency 5. That's not bad. I'll have to keep on me. And yeah, we got a couple stacks. I'm gonna need to do probably some more cutting down of trees. For more sticks so that I can get more emeralds so that I can just continue to work through some of these. Piku, I'm just gonna throw out the window and all that as well. Eventually, because I'm kind of gonna have to, right? If you could have also like non-invisible blocks that were invisible, I totally would do them above the town just to make an iron farm. Because, well, yeah. But that doesn't work. We need like a whole bunch of villagers together in that one, and it just, yeah. Alright, yeah, I guess the question does become, what are we doing today other than that? Because I feel like that's what I gotta do. You guys can't make it up here. Literally boxed in and they still think they can make it to my bed. I mean, I do think that they need to find a balance between Java and Bedrock. Like, because the Java side, it's like, oh, they can't make it to, like, if there's a wall in the way, they don't, and the wall in question, I'm gonna say this one, if the wall in question, it's like this, they can't find the way around. But then the Bedrock one, they're trying to go through things they can't go through for pathfinding. There needs to be a balance. They need to be able to know they can go through a door frame, but not think they can go through things like walls. And that is honestly where I'm at with this. There, it's like, you could do anything. You really could. Do I have the bucket of water? I don't have a bucket of water. I do need to set that up, but not yet. Alright. There we go. Alright, and then we go this way as well. I don't even know which one this one is. But that's honestly where I'm at this point. I'm just kind of left with, they could do all kinds of things. They don't. And it truly is a shame. Boop, boop. But we're not going to complain today. We're just going to focus on working. Well, I say that, but we know I'm always going to end up complaining, aren't I? I can't stop myself. Maybe someday I'll learn to stop myself from doing that, but they probably won't be today. I know that because I know myself so well. Alright, so that side's done, and then I just gotta do the other side, and then that'll be done. Oh, there's obviously that block, but I have to switch things up anyway. Doop-a-doop-a-doo. There we go. I mean, obviously, eventually they'll work on the next update, you know? Like, the next big update. And it's like, the question becomes, what are they gonna do? I still go with, I hope that they do something along the lines of, like, Food and Farm. If for no other reason than just because it is so sorely, like, needed. At this point. That or an end update. I gotta get rid of you. Yeah, finish this one. Hi, buddy. I still think it's funny that if you look at it, a wandering trader is clearly a nitwit. Like, but that he's wearing a cloak. You know? There's a lure for you. Come here, buddy. See? Look, there's his jacket and everything for a nitwit. And then if you look under this guy's robe, he's wearing it. He is. And he's got a belt buckle. But he's a nitwit. Which implies that the wandering trader was exiled from his village because he's a nitwit. To forever wander the lands. It's also why they don't care if he dies. Just think about it. I mean, that is... Yeah, that's the one. Okay. Like, I'm not wrong. Alright, so from this one, the hallway needs to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8. And then they should be able to... It's... You'll never unsee that. Well, I mean, you can't, because it's true. It's super interesting to see that they reused it. Just like the fact that the Wandering Trader clearly sells the glowstone to the cleric. And then you obviously buy it from the cleric. Due to their prices. Oh. As, after all, a Wandering Trader will sell you glowstone for 2 emeralds, whereas a cleric will sell it to you for 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Alright. Going 2 forward. I think this is it. I don't think I have a hay bale for this one. But we'll see. But, I mean, it's interesting. The things that they did that clearly would be lore, and then the question becomes kind of like, but was it intentional? Or did they just reuse assets that it's like, yeah, it's clearly got a bit of a story to that. I mean, we'll never know. Like, the fact that villagers are clearly, in theory, smart enough to build golems, and yet, and do all these other things, but they can't, oh, I miscalculated. Right, I'm gonna have to adjust here. Because that shouldn't be there, that should be... Alright, so this would be the edge of this. Yeah. And that could be there. Maybe. Wait, I know. They're not there. Because that's gonna be that. So this is gonna come out. My wisdom? If you do have asthma, what you should do is whiskey. Not a lot, like a teaspoon in a day. Notice the difference it made. Yeah, I'm not disagreeing with what you were saying. Alright, I don't want to go through that way, clearly. Clearly I want to go through a different tunnel on the other side of this. Let me look at what the actual cord is for the door. Alright, so I need it to be at -58. Alright. Cool. Hey, I don't order food, so it doesn't really matter. To be better than that, yeah, I do get it. I get it. Oh, interesting. Huh. Well, that's not why I was saying that. I do. Remember, I live outside of town. I don't... yeah, that's cool. That's actually pretty cool that this is here and then it goes into this side like that. So we can have, like, tunnel network. Actually feel like a tunnel network underneath here. So, because I had it on the other side, because obviously the building, the room's in the way, but this side I can. And that way could lead to like a dungeon or something that's a secret assassin dungeon. Because this is the Assassin's Guild, right? And I mean, who would, like, of all the groups, which one's group would have the secret tunnels in the town? That's right, the Assassins. Oh wait, I did that wrong. And, I mean, it doesn't go into all of them, obviously. I should get a brush at some point. Alright, so this one, I need... That guy's in bed, okay. I need from here... Ooh, am I gonna be able to? I just realized what part of the problem's gonna be. Because this is gonna be, obviously, 1, 2. Maybe what I do is I go from this one, and then I go back to... Yeah, so I go back to 1, 4, 3. And obviously then I could go forward to 64, but... Oh, there's a new guy. What you got? I mean, they're useful early game, but not now. I mean, actually, it probably would be useful, but... I know where jungle is to get melons. I'm sorry, man. Alright, Alright. But yeah, so I think what I want to do is I want to go from the one back. Oh, wrong way. Back here. I want to go from here. It was 43, right? And then from there, we can just move forward to 64. All right. Here. And then I should find what I'm looking for. We'll just do it like this. Yeah. Ta-da! And that's another room. So that's the 4 rooms. I could probably fit in one more room if I was to be, like, super careful about it. Maybe. I don't think so, but, you know, I mean, who knows? Alright. Hi, buddy. So that's that one. Obviously, we're digging for the jail, but the jail, I think, is a perfect size for what it is. It doesn't need to be bigger. It's just an inside building that you already can see as an inside building. It's not like a house. Obviously, you can't fit in another one. Well, I could fit one in, like, right. If this was to share a wall here. Interestingly, because it goes out too, right? And then this wall. So this could have like the same wall and you could have 2 that way. Oh, but I can't do that because of the other. Oh, wait, no, I could. I could, because it would be from here, like 1, 2, 3, 4. Like, across the way. Does it work? No, it doesn't work, because this has to be the wall for this, so this doesn't work there. Alright. I mean, I could do a secret entrance one, I guess, but I think it's fine as it is, having 4 of them be, or maybe I could, like, add one more here. Because obviously this coming down this way after that. This should have worked. Why didn't this one work? Oh, because it was in the room. Whereas with this one, I'm just going out because of back here, I think, right? Yeah. I mean, I could always do another one there. What do you think? Should I do another house, or should I just leave it at 4? I only need to decorate 4 houses that way. Oh, do another one? Okay. Or wait, do 4. Only do 4. Which one? When you say sure, I don't know which. Hey. Think about it. Which one? More. Okay. Let me think. So I can do one more house, I think. So you gotta remember that 7x7 length, right? So this comes out to here. This would be the wall. So unless, like, again, I added another... I just made a wall here, which I could do. And I could even do one for Mrs. Hicklebottom that way. But would they have the same wall? If we're showing, or are we just going to kind of go with the idea that they all have like this wooden wall sort of thing? Yes, do it like that. Just share wall. Alright, I mean... Well, I mean, but on the inside we're gonna have carpets and things, so it's not gonna be exactly the same. And also, you're not gonna see the roof. But we could have, like, a wall be the same. Maybe, like, covered in something or other, and then have one like that here being both. And then one here, again, cover that wall. And then here, I think the one I did was a Doofenshmirtz, right? Yeah, so either way it would have to be an added wall. And with this, again... Although if it's going like this, I could technically go... We'll decide in a second. I need to look at how I did the... Since this one still has this ladder in there anyway. No. Kevin, back to me, bed. No. Alright, out. Well, I could decide how I do this in any way. I could just have this be... I don't know. What? because I think I have to come out too. I need to look back upstairs a second. How this one works. I need to look at a couple of these just to see how they work. It'll help me decide what I do. So for example, this one, yeah, it goes into... This was the original line that I'm not going to use, obviously, but... So obviously that's what I was going for, right? Oh wait, that's even more than that. That's 3. Let me figure this out a second. Alright, if this... What? 4, 5, 6, 7. So that'd be the right size. Here. Oh, no, wait, I understand. Okay. Yeah, no. It is only one in. Here, because that's the wall. For the interior wall. That's what I did there. But then I had a different thought. This is why you have to think about this, you know? But then for this one, what I think I did is I only went in one without realizing that's because this would be the wall, so I'd want to go in 2. But this fits. You know what? It's fine. This one will be fine. We'll have the wall be the actual thing here. Same with all the other ones, I guess, except for over here. These will be just the thing, and then, I guess. Like that. I'll figure this out. You know what? I should cut down a tree so I can do this. Or 2. And I should also sell stuff first. I don't need the stone for the moment, so I'm gonna sell that. I might regret it, but I don't need it right now, and it's just for the best, you know? Free money is free money, right? Alright, let me go sell. Ow. Alright, hopefully he's in his place. 'Cause this is what I mean. Where is he? I mean, he can't... You were in the wrong one. You're not the right guy. Where's the right guy? I mean, yeah, and now I have a very different issue. Where's my actual what are you doing in here? No, you're not it. Where is... What are you doing? Well, whatever. You'll run out, and then that'll be that. Or not. I have monies. I should go over to the armor and at least still try, I think, right? Wasn't it? Or check Mr. Armor number 2. Yeah, because it was boots again. I mean, but if I buy a couple, I can get myself a helmet at least. In theory. I don't know. I'll make decisions later. I have plenty of money to some extent, but I always could use more. Hello, buddy. And I may or may not just send the one guy down just to burn him. I mean, I know it was a waste, but... I mean, what are you gonna do? Yeah. And then we go up here. And just do the same thing. But hey, I mean, we have stuff, right? We just need... Maybe what I need to just do is I need to go gather some deep slate diamonds, make myself a new chest. I just don't want to do that. Because then if I die, I lose it again. And lose it, I do lose it completely again. Yeah. So, I'd rather just get my villagers up and running. Even if that means I just gotta... buckle down a second. And do things I don't want to do. Alright. Because that's how it works. Which, I mean, obviously, I still go with it. They obviously, at the Mojang, they don't understand that's how that works, you know? Like choosing to grind so that you have something later. Even when you don't need to. It's worth it. Because then it's like, well, you didn't need to, but then it's like when you did need it and you didn't do it. There's a reason for that. Just because diamonds are plentiful doesn't mean... And they're not even that plentiful, you know? Like... They are if you're willing to go caving, but not everybody is. It's not everybody's playstyle. And it's still a whole lot of grind. Like, spend potentially hours getting back to where you were in diamonds so you have your gear. And yes, you could just like power out a single mining session once you have your Fortune 3 that you don't necessarily have if you die. I mean, that's kind of where I go with it. It's like... I like to be prepared for the worst that I can think of. Yeah, I know villagers can die. But... unless I'm likely to always be around those villagers, they're a heck of a lot safer for effectively holding backup gear. You still don't have fortune? Oh, I get it. Don't bother with Fortune 1. And that's exactly it. Like, you need all sorts of things to be able to have that comfortably. Because they have the... Because the enchanting system is just kind of not really that good. See, I have Fortune again, but it took more than I'd like to admit. And that means villagers. I mean, I think this one was okay, but like overall, usually it's like I'll just be like, I'll do villagers for my fortune books and mending books. That's the thing. Like, I'm not, like, too fussed about the armor. I'm considering it at this point just because I know I'm working with lava and stuff. And again, as I've said before, their stance on it and their solution made me just go, well then, I'll do it. It's never as fast as they claim it is. Because I'm not just going to sit still for an entire... Unless... And again, I go with, they need their pathfinding to be a little nerfed on Bedrock and a little buffed on Java. I mean, it's clearly a need at this point. It's clearly a need. Like, why? It's like, if you think about it, for all their changes they wanted to do, the villagers, right? Why wasn't that part of the priority? You're given a little buff / nerf to their AI. And again, not in like the, this isn't like in a, oh, they should, I'm just saying, like straight up, why? Actually, no, I want to leave these sides kind of... Why not, how do I put this? Just... Well... do that little change. It's not like this would make it easier to exploit villagers or anything, if that's what you're thinking. It really wouldn't have. It just make them less likely to die. It's like with the wolves as well. People are, and still are going, look, wolves go in lava. That's why they don't take it on the Wolf on Adventure. It's not because... oh, I do agree. That's why you always set up in a village if possible. Oh wait, I did that wrong. Always. It might not sound like it, but it's true. It's like, yeah, that's one of the things I said I wish they would do. I wish if they're going to, especially if they ever do the system they want to do, we should be able to have villagers choose to come to our village if we want them to. Join us. I'd argue it should be like you have to have like a certain level of affection or something. You could add an affection level, or at the very least, like, maybe it's a number of traits. Sure. But oh yeah. Oh no, I do agree. I'm not disagreeing with that. Let me be clear that that's the case. It's more like I'm saying, how do I put this? Actually, wait, this would be stone. Just not the waste materials. It's like, well then why not? Just have a system like that. And like I said, you could have it where you have to do a trade system, I guess. It doesn't have to be easy, per se. I'd like it to be easier, obviously, but I mean, that's just personal feelings. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Alright. And I have no idea where this is going to go in. Technically, I could have probably moved this over, but I didn't want to. I don't really want an off-center door. I feel like it's. But, yeah. I mean, honestly, at the end of the day, what they really could do is not what they're going to do because they don't care enough. Rather, I guess care isn't the right word. Well, they think it's too easy to exploit, you know? Let's go with exploitability. They think it's an exploitable thing, clearly. Since that seems to be what they use as their explanation as to why they do what they do, right? They won't do it because they'll be like, oh, it's exploitable. You can exploit the village. It's like, if you have to have a positive relationship with a villager to have them come to your village in a positive way, is that really exploitable? I mean, technically yes, but at the same time, you still have to work for it. You still have to find the village, according to this method. You just don't have to bring them back with you, which, in all honesty, is kind of, I'd argue, insulting. And, I mean, isn't that worse for the villager as well? Like, the fact that they have to be basically trapped in a boat and then kidnapped? I mean, how is this better than having a way to transfer villagers that's not that? I don't know. Maybe I'm just crazy. Maybe I don't know what I'm talking about. And I'm not saying like the pickup thing either. Like, let me be clear. I'm not saying like the pickup mob where you can pick up like all mods or mobs, including villagers and stuff, or anything like that. I'm just straight up saying, kind of do something where you can send them to your village. I mean, if they want it to be more like RPG-esque, you know. Because they clearly do, but they don't want to do like all the things that would make it more. But it's like if you want to do like a farming Sims style kind of thing, part of how you do it is you convince them to come to your village. It's how you keep. All right. So 1, oops, 2. Let's see, how far would it be from here? 1, 3, 4. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So in theory, if I dig this way, yeah. 1, 2, 3. And that should be the end of that. Anyway, overall, like I said, I don't want to. I knew I was going to end up. It's the kind of thing I do. I know. I complain too much. I'm aware. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. There we go. I have to take all this stuff back up top. So let's do that. Alright. I don't know. I don't know. I still just go back to it. I just wish they'd do a farming and food update. Or the end. But like I said, there's no way they're gonna ever do the end, so farming and food, please. And not just like cause mods. No, 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 no. It's just simply put. Because I feel like our current options are just not good. Or it could be better at least. And I mean, like, things that could use an update. I mean, they haven't updated food since how long? I mean, that's where I go with, like, I'm left with that's what I really want at this point. Because, as I said, they're not going to do an end update. Basically. They're not going to do a storage update. As much as that would be lovely. They're not going to do any of those things because it's, I don't even know. It's something. So it's like, I go to the option that's obvious. Food, please. Can't be overpowered with that. I'm sure they'd argue there's a way, but you can't really. I mean, yeah. I mean, there's that as well. They could always add other dimensions, but they won't add new dimensions till the current ones are updated. Or rather, are more completed, right? That's why people want an end update as well. They know the Nether got updated. The Overworld hasn't really been updated, but, you know, they're like, oh, it's been updated enough. So the only thing left is the end update, in theory. And then they would go on to that theoretical new dimension. That's what people think. If you look at it. It's... I don't think it's actually gonna ever happen. I think it's just their excuse, you know? Like, well, when this happens, of course, they're not gonna do it. I forgot to tell you why I'm not going to be doing the trial chambers, by the way. Other than, obviously, they are not generating properly. Especially on worlds that are already existing. But beyond that, if I was to die and the mobs pick up my stuff, I lose that stuff completely. And there's no way to get it back. Yeah. Pretty big bug. It's a bug. They need to fix it. Who knows when they will, so I'm just not gonna do it on Bedrock. I think it's still working okay on Java. It's not doing that. It's just on Bedrock. Well, I say just, but yeah, I mean, you know what I mean, right? Alright. That's 3 spaces, other than digging down, basically done. Yeah. I wish... I mean, it's already bad enough that your only way to protect your tools from lava is basically to go into the nether and spend 10 plus hours, potentially, depending on how things go for you, you know? Not only to get the netherite, but also to get the, because I've never had the luck to find them, and I've given up, like, on New Worlds. That's why I don't try to do netherite. Like, yeah, the lava free, I get it, but at the same time, it's like, not every bastion has the treasure room, and on Bedrock, I've had so many where I'm like, I've never been to that bastion. Never gotten anything out of it, kind of thing. Personal worlds. And I did at that point just kind of give up on the idea of ever doing them. Netherite. Again. On a new world. So I was just like, it's too hard. It's just too disheartening to, you know, go through the whole thing to get through the bastion, only to find out, oh yeah, no, this bastion also has no, smithing upgrade for the netherite. Again. After, like, the 7th or 8th time in a row, going out farther and farther, it's just, yeah, that's how I end up feeling. You know, ironically, the first time I ever did anything to hit netherite, just because I was like, okay, sure, you're gonna take that away, was also when they... yeah. Yep, that's how that goes. But what I was gonna say is just, it's funny, like, whenever they say they're gonna remove something, usually that's when I first go in and go, yeah, okay, so how does this work? Like, haven't used it up to that point because I was like, it's too annoying to go get. And I'm like, so you're gonna make it more annoying just because you feel that there's some people who are exploiting this, that anybody can exploit by that logic. Okay, well, I'll try it. I'll see what's... And then I come out of it and I go, I mean, sure, it's great if you fall in lava, but other than that, like, it's not better. Not really, especially not in single player. It adds a little bit more durability. Like, what is with their whole thing with they don't want you to have more durability on your tools? This is an actual question I have at this point. Like, why do they want you to break your tools and have to replace them like every 5 minutes? But like, not every 5 minutes, but like after you and then have to completely replace them. Like, why is that the logic that seems to be in their head? That's not good game design. It's the one thing people hate about Breath of the Wild, right? And ironically, the more they want to do with this, the more I'm left with. They want to copy that but make it worse. To some extent, you know? Because at least in Breath of the Wild, yeah, super breakability. But then you can find another tool that's just as good really easily, especially if you're actually allowed to... Yeah. Well, not really. The game is about mining and crafting. And the thing is, I'm not gonna craft like 40,000 pickaxes. I'll just stop playing the game. Because if I want to craft something else, I need to go through, or does it, like, this is what I mean. Like, and you don't have to just mine for resources. You mine, I mean, look at this. Most of these were mined with, like, what? 1 or 2 pickaxes overall, right? All the blocks for these. Cutting down trees and stuff, yes. I went through a lot of, axes, but if I'd had a diamond axe, would this have meant that I would not have mined for these things? Actually, yes, it would have, if I had to keep replacing my pickaxes for the stone and then for, like, if you go over to the hole, you know? Ironically, it discourages mining to have the tools break as much as they do, and to have no way to repair them. Especially after a while. Because the grind is too much. Especially, it's like, the thing is, it's like, if you're aiming at kids get distracted easily, they'll go play another game. If they have to, like, focus on grinding, like, for ages and ages just to do something, right? So it's part of where I think the mace is stupid. For the amount of grind you'd have to do for one. Plus, the fact that it's not very good. I mean, that is how I feel. But beyond that, like, having mending on tools and having the ability to make them more durable does not mean you'll mine less. It means that you'll mine for things you want to do more, and less for having to get plaque to where you're at. In other words, you spend more time playing the game for what you want to do, right? So therefore playing the game instead of getting back to where you're at every single time. And thus, just a continuous grind. So in reality, ironically, this game about mining and crafting, in which there's not much to mine for, if I'm being honest, unless you just want to, like, grind 24/7. And there's not much that requires to, like, there's nothing that really requires complicated, like, crafting or anything, unless you mod the game out the wazoo. Like, a fence is just sticks and planks. That is about as complicated as it gets in this game. It's having to take a log, or take, like, 2 logs, turn one into sticks, turn one into planks. You can make a fence. What I'd argue some of the things they should do is add things that require more complicated crafting. The irony is, why do people not want to mine for copper? Well, because it doesn't do anything. It's a building block. Sure, it looks pretty, but unless you're mining for building, right? You're not necessarily going to want to have that. Nothing wrong with that, mind you. It's just reality. But the more you add blocks like that, especially once you start adding uses for things like, say, gold and iron, you have all these uses for these blocks. There's a use to them. Right? That's why you would gather them. Beyond, well, they don't actually look that good. Which, ironically, a lot of mods, that's one of the things they do, is they give more interesting looks to these blocks that do not have that. So, yeah. I mean, that's where I would go with it. The grind is not... It should not be the basis of the game. Mining? Yes, it should be about mining. But not just the mining part of mining. And it should also be about crafting. Like, really, what objects do you craft that you don't just, like, have, you don't, like, just have, like, you just do, right? Or that you do for, like, to make another item kind of thing. Nothing. So, by the logic of they shouldn't have mending, they also should have things like, except for maybe fences. Again, going back to that. instead of just these tools, maybe you go on to make, and you can see all the tools here, you would add, and there need, and the thing is, like, items do need uses as well. You can't just say, well, but they're pretty building blocks. Or, well, they're for village traits. It's like, for example, the arrow fletching table there. That's literally its only use, which is kind of pathetic. I like these blocks. Don't get me wrong. I think they're pretty. But there's no need to make them unless you want to build something with them. There's no unique factors to it. There's nothing else to make them with, right? And basically all you need to make them here is you throw together a bunch of these, right? And then you chuck them in a stone brick cutter. That's it. That's how you make it. It's so stupidly simple. A 5-year-old can do it. And this isn't a full-on complaint. This is just, it's like, I agree. They should do more with mining, and I agree they should do more with crafting. But that's not what they're doing. They're just adding grind to places that don't really need it. Or their ideas to add more mining is basically, well, if you need more tools, if you grind, like you mine, then obviously you're mining more, right? Rather than add something interesting with a new purpose. I'm sorry, I'm boring. Anyway, what do you guys want me to play on Monday? Yeah, Monday. What you guys want me to play on Monday? I also hope you have a good night's sleep. I escaped my rant. I need to stop ranting. Minecraft. There's Vault Hunters. Obviously, there's this. There's the Java world where we're right outside a trial chamber to go do that once. For the sake of it. Obviously there's Sky Factory. Sky Factory. Alrighty. That's fine. One, two, three, four, five, everyone. Yeah. Alright, I do hope you get a good night's sleep, by the way. But yeah, we'll do Skyblock. And as I've said, that one is the one that really makes me go, like, that one really shows the difference between versions. Ironically. I had no idea about. Or I knew, but I hadn't thought about how different they were. In terms of just kind of some usability and stuff for certain features. Which I do, to some extent, find kind of sad. Alright, there we go. We've got a couple of these up and running. Oh wait, did I actually go farther here? Yeah, I did. Alright, there we go. That fixes that. I was like, how did I didn't. Alright, so these will slowly age, and then whenever we get back to that, we'll do that. But our windows, they'll look amazing eventually. Like this. Or this. But for the deep dark, I think that color is just something that's needed. Alright, but yeah, like I said, it's not that I'm trying to complain about the game. I'm not. I'm just left with... I just definitely see at this point kinda how little has changed in a really long time. And like I said, it doesn't, I've said before, it doesn't have to be big features, you know? It doesn't have to be like the, like, it doesn't have to be a full another update or an end update, right? Because I guess that's a huge update. If it's huge, it's obviously the biome part, as I've said before, looking at the updates and stuff. 1.14, as far as I could tell, seemed just like usable items, let me be clear, that aren't just fancy for the sake of like being copy and paste even. So then it's like the other thing I'm left with is obviously the Nether update was very biome heavy. Except, I mean, with its 3 biomes. 4th one added because people got mad. Or like, you said there would be at least 4 biomes. Or was it 5? Yeah, it was 4 new biomes. Or they implied that there would be at least 4. I don't know. I don't know. I definitely think they're complacent. I think they overthink everything. Which, those two things together are kind of the worst thing you can do for a company. Both the complacency, and like on their own, they're not great to have either the complacency or the overthinking everything for a game company. And then doing both is like, ooh. Just kind of calm down a little bit, guys. It's not gonna break the game to rather, it's not gonna cause people to start breaking the game to have like a little bit of something unique. Mostly because there's always going to be, you've got the factors already thought of in place to keep it from doing that. I would say it's one thing, like, if the game wasn't already, well, kind of broken anyway. I mean, I'm still gonna go here. The fact that after all their concerns about the mace, the sword is still better long term than the mace. But I do think it's like, you don't want things to change too much, but then it's not a reason to go back to the game and check it out if it's not enough different. If it's all the same, then why would you go back and play more? And I'm not just saying this to be a negative Nancy. I'm just saying this because it's kind of true. I mean, think about it. Why do people complain about Tears of the Kingdom at this point? Well, because there was no real DLC. The game itself is fine. It feels a little empty compared to the first game because the first game had all the DLC. But otherwise, it's very similar. In fact, there's more things that you can go and do and have fun with. Or there. Map size-wise, it's triple the size, and it really and truly, and you have other things you can do, like new things. But it doesn't have that extra content. Right? Part of what keeps people going back to Fortnite is, whether you like the game or not, is that their DLCs are oftentimes pretty significant. In case you're curious, no, I don't like Fortnite. It's not my kind of game. But I know enough to, but I do understand that it's like part of what can be the appeal is it does add new things. It does add new modes. I mean, I honestly do feel kind of like you don't have to make it all be together in one place. You can add different experiences within the main game in other ways. And I don't mean the marketplace. I mean, you could do something akin to hardcore, or you can do, like, I would argue you could do just about something. I've said it before, but and I'm not saying this because I want this. Let me be clear. I'm saying this because I think there's some reasonability to it, which is that you could add a mode between peaceful and easy. No mobs, but you can die from things like hunger and poison and stuff. And no automatic region you have to eat. Why not? I mean, because if you want to ease people from easy to normal, right? Or from peaceful to normal or easy. The irony is if you go from peaceful to easy, not only do you now have the monsters to think about, you have all the food, you have to think about your hearts, you have to think about all these things. It's a pretty big step. I'm not saying they have to do it, mind you. I'm just saying, like, throw something stupid in there that they probably can do. I'm sure they'd be like, well, but people, it's like, whatever. If people don't like it, people don't like it. I still go with that. It's not gonna change anything to just limit yourself continuously. And honestly, you know what? I think that's what it is. They're limiting themselves by thinking, well, what if this changes the game so much? So what? They've already changed the game ridiculously already. I mean... And I don't even mean things like villagers or anything like that. I mean... Heck, something as simple as being able to waterlog slabs changes the whole game. It might not seem like it, but look at this farm. That's water. But you can walk past it. You can put a light on it. It can be there. You don't have to put a full block above it. I don't know. Heck, I mean, the update Aquatic added whole new regions and reasons to go places. It's like you look through. It's in its own way stranger that, like, I don't know. I need to stop complaining. Like I said, let's just go back to what I'd rather see. As I said, food, farm, that's what I think. That's what I think as a realistic hope. I don't think it's that realistic. But, you know, like, something. You know? And I don't think it's going to be an end update, despite what people keep trying to say. Like, oh, well, this last update was a small update. And this update was smaller. And this one was even smaller. I mean, no. It's not gonna... There's gonna be no end update. They don't want to update the end. And they're not gonna. Because they don't wanna. But they're not being outright with the fact that they don't wanna. So people continue to hope. I don't think they actually want to update anything. I think they want to just let the game be as it is and make money off it, to some extent. You can add new items, and maybe occasionally a cute mob-ish. That does, well, kind of something. I'm gonna go here. Like, when's the last time that a mob had a unique ability that wasn't just, like, effectively to some extent drops an item you need, but doesn't, but not if you kill it. Oh, no, 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 no. Only if you either just leave it alone or it, you brush it. Kind of thing. You know? Win. And I mean, I would have said useful, but dog armor is kind of useful. You know? So I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt. Yes, dog armor is kind of useful. But the method in which to get it is still effectively just find the mob in the wild, harass it. And, you know, I would go with that. Harass the mob, but don't kill it. Oh, no, 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 no. We don't want you to kill the animals. But we want you to annoy them, harass them, make them very uncomfortable, and keep them locked up, because obviously you want to use them more, you know? And then potentially still go and kill, depending on the mob, because, you know, there's only a limited number of the resources it can give you, and you want more of that resource, and so you need more of them to spawn. So you'll still kill it for nothing, so that you can get more of them to spawn. Like the movie, if you think about it, and that's the goat, by the way. Like, but overall, though, it's effectively just, well, we don't want you to kill the animal because that's bad. So instead, go into their native environment, find them wherever they are. Let's find an armadillo here. Kind of thing. I don't have a brush on me, but effectively for the idea, right? Maybe I should make one just for the sake of to be like making a point of this. But then it's like, yeah, you know what? We're gonna do this just to be making my point. Take this copper. I have sticks. Do I have any feathers? Yeah. Alright. And I have a crafting table right here, so I can quickly make a brush. So take your fancy brush. Like, this is for the newest mob, right? Find an armadillo in their natural habitat. Where they don't think they're going to be annoyed or bothered or anything, because this is their home. Let's see. I mean, they've wisely all run away, clearly, but we're going to find one on this side of the river. Because we can. I think I just spotted one, yeah. So go up to the armadillo. Yeah, scare them so they can't run away, you know? And annoy them to get their product. And, oh, you don't want to just have to do it all there? Well, now, kidnap said armadillo from their home environment and make them go back with you. Not as a pet. No, that would be too mean. No, as a slave. Like, I mean, think about it. Am I wrong? Am I wrong? These animals. And by the way, it's not just the armadillo, because and also they drop scoots on their own. So yeah, if you lock them in a crate or in a fenced area, they'll drop scoots for you. So yeah, kidnapping them. If that was the only one, I'd be like, yeah, but it's like the sniffer. Find their egg out in the middle of nowhere, right? Take it home to use them to farm for seeds. And not just them, but any of their progeny that you make them have with another sniffer that you literally relocate to bringing back from death just to live in a cage. Not only to live in a cage, but to live in a cage working for you for the rest of forever. The goat, you go out to their environment, and you annoy them until they run into rocks and lose their horns. And then, if they don't give you the horn you want, you potentially take them out so that you can get another goat to spawn that might have the right horn. Or you continue to breed the goats until you get the horn you want. Meaning, kidnapping again. Because there's no way you're going to do it there, necessarily. And they're never going to see the light of day again. That's the reality. And I mean, even the fox. Like, you go back, like, the alley, you save them. Again, you're saving them so that they'll just basically pick up items and drop them where you want them. That's their role. And like I said, then you got the fox that picks up items and then will drop them and then potentially drop them for other items. Therefore, a great thing to kidnap for getting chickens killed, or for killing chickens, or for getting berries or whatever. But you can't tame it. No, you can't tame this wild animal because it's wild. And that would be mean. But instead, you need to lock them in. What you should do is you should lock them in a box so they can do things for you, but they're not your pet, so you don't actually care about them. Yes, Chris. Hello, how you doing? I mean, that's my point, isn't it? Like I said, you're what you're supposed to do is you're supposed to come out, harass, and enslave these animals. That is their purpose. It's weird. Anyway, how you doing? That's more where I was going with it. Not that it's like... Yep, well, I mean... I'm glad to hear that. Ironically, that's part of what led to this villager AI. I honestly feel like they need to up the AI on the Java and nerf it a little bit on Bedrock. Because, like, that guy thinks he can go through those blocks. He can't. Fair enough. Fair enough. I'm just saying. And it's not even just saying. It's reality at this point. That's kind of where I'm left with of it. Like, I don't have a problem with... I just think that there's things they could update. That they honestly should update first before they do all these other things that they're like, oh, we can update this. And, I mean, as you heard, I'm sure, I do feel like they're never going to update the end. I really do. People need to stop holding out hope. They're not going to do it. They just don't want to tell you that they don't want to do it. Because then you'll leave the game, you know? You'll go find a game that actually does what you want eventually. I mean, maybe I'll be proven wrong, you know? We'll see. I'd rather be proven wrong, honestly. Ironically. Like, most people, you know, they do want to be proven wrong usually when they say something like that. They're like, oh, I do. I like, and that's just it. Like, I'd like to be proven wrong. I don't think I'm always right. I'm just, at this point, have noticed a pattern. And I'm kind of at the point where I'm left with, okay, stop giving them excuses. They haven't done an end update yet. They're not gonna do one because that would change the game. And at this point, it's clear that what they really don't want to do is actually change the game in a meaningful way. And I'm not saying this to be mean or anything like that. I'm just straight up saying it's pretty obvious at this point. Because these updates are basically nothing but items and cosmetics. Which, I mean, yeah, they can say, well, but Fortnite adds all this other stuff too. Again, I don't actually like Fortnite. So me saying this is actually reality here. I'm not just like, I've seen what they do. I've seen people talk about it. I'm not stupid. Whether I like it or not, I know enough to know. Part of why people go back to that game is they actually do throw new things in. It's not the cosmetics, and it's not the, yeah. The newest thing they've added is the trial chambers, and the vault in the trial chambers, which is, I'd argue, kind of the worst thing. Like, I see all these people arguing for it, and I'm like, this is just going to encourage, like, this is the kind of thing that teaches you to gamble. Like, you can already see people starting to have, like, when they're talking about the vault, like, now that's out for real and everything, just, like, explaining their method on how they're going to get what they want, and da-da-da this, da-da-da. I mean, you can like gambling, but is it really something to put in a game that you're specifically marketing towards children? Which they have said they are, and have used as a reason to take down packs and servers and the like. And that's where I go with it. I'm not saying, like, you can't have gambling. Well, let me be clear. You can. That's fine. But making these prominent features in a game that you're supposedly marketing towards kids is, by the way, illegal. The only way they get away with it is because it's only in-game loot / cash that you use for it, right? But what this does encourage is for those kids, if they go onto a server, to start doing things like loot boxes and the like, which is kind of weird to do. Because now they've learned how to do it. They've learned it's okay, it's good. It's in the game. And I do feel like it's different from the chests. Because with the chest, sure, you don't necessarily know what's in the items, or they're in the chest. Actually, you do, because at this point, it's always going to be the same loot, as long as you've checked the seed beforehand. But even if it wasn't still, there's just a certain level of, it's like, you know effectively what it's got the it's a treasure chest. You're not looking at the items. It's not like in your head to be like, well, I could win that. I could win that. Whereas with the vault, it's showing you these items. And sometimes you're going to win big, right? And sometimes you're not. And, I mean, honestly, that is where I'm left with when I see it. It's not that it's like, I'm like, just like gambling bad, blah, 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 or whatever. I'm left with, this is specifically stuff that will encourage this behavior in a negative way. And yeah, it's implemented. Go do a vault. Go do a trial chamber, or just do the keys. You can look at all the items you could get, and then you'll only get one. Or maybe 2 or 3. And there's no guarantee they'll be good. It's already in the game. Like, that's the thing I'm confused by why that they would do that, you know? That's fair enough. You know, I'm not saying you have to do it. I'm just saying I was more surprised than anything upon seeing that they were actually going to implement it. And then they did. Almost as surprised at the fact, like, there's so many people who are just like, it's not gambling. I'm like, yeah, it is. That is straight up, like, because I did see some people actually just... And it is different from the chess because you can't see your possibilities. What you get is what you get. It doesn't feel... And typically what you find is what you'll find in any chest, right? You might find 1 or 2 things. And honestly, this is something I find... I've noticed a lot with more of their recent updates as well, by the way. Like, oh, you might find the super rare item. But I mean, at least with the chest, it's like, yeah, but only... But it's not, like... I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I'm just crazy, but... I just... It feels... kind of wrong. And it just... Everything about it... It gives fun... It's got, like... little noises it makes. As long as you're not hurting anybody else. And you do it in moderation, I think it's fine. I mean... There's several people out there that play gacha games, not just you, and I don't know if that's how you do it or not, but... There you go. And, I mean, as long as you're a grown adult, I mean... Or at least, I guess, a legal adult, you know? I mean... It's your kind of choices. That's where I feel like I said, it's not the act itself that I think. Have I ever said I'm against like Genshin Impact's gacha mechanics? Have I ever gone, no, I don't care for them, but personally when playing. But I don't think it's a bad thing. They don't market their game to kids either, though. That's where I am left with, like. I think that's where I ended up drawing the line at this point with how I feel about this. It's not what it is itself. It's how they treat the game. And the market they push for. Which I find weird. As well. It's like... Like, I've understood most updates. I'm like, yeah... Okay, these... I'll go with it. I don't think the cosmetics are all that amazing for what like a kid would be looking for, but you know what? To each their own, and some kids will love it, kind of thing, right? And again, because of their own words when they have gone after mod creators. Right? Because their game is a 10 and up game. E10 and up. This is the kind of thing, like, throwing this in is the kind of thing that gets your game banned out of states. And countries. If you're not careful. And I mean, I don't know. As I said, maybe I'm just out of touch. Maybe I'm just crazy and I just don't understand. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm glad. Yeah. I just look at it and I'm left with, it's the kind of thing that well, I understand kind of you wanting to add something like you think it's super cool kind of thing. Then I also go though, alright, so who's the game for? And I honestly think that's the question to really answer. How I feel about this game. If the game is for adults, fine. Yeah, throw that kind of thing in there. It's fine. Because obviously you're not spending real money. And for an addict, you know, it's probably, at least it's not real money. But if your game is specifically for kids, and you're aiming for that crowd, then I do feel a little bit like it's implanting into the young mind the idea of wanting to do stuff like that. Which isn't healthy. And notice, I'm not like saying, oh, they can't play a game that's kind of violent or anything. Okay? Let me be clear. But something like gambling, this is something that can trigger an addiction. Much like alcohol, much like cigarettes and the like. That's part of why those things are regulated. And why gacha games have to specify 18 and up. There's a reason. Or at least imply, you know? I don't know. I don't want people to just think, oh, I'm just being a spoil sport or anything like that either. I really do just feel like when I look at it, it's concerning. Yeah. Well, I am a big sibling, an older sibling. With 2 cute younger siblings. And yeah, I mean, if they were that age, I definitely wouldn't like they're 10. If they were 10, let me be clear, I wouldn't want them to be. My mom would be like, just let them find out for themselves. I'm the one that goes, yeah, I don't think that that's a good idea. It's part of why I wouldn't share like my manga or anime with them for years. I was like, they're too young. Ironically, at this point, though, like my sister's just as into manga and anime as I am. Maybe not as much, but I mean, it didn't stop. But like I said, I was like, yeah, I'm watching. Bleach, but I don't know if little sister, like little sister should be seeing that yet. Kind of thing. And like I said, I know I'm super overprotective of my sibs. Or have been. For a... it's... I'm not going to pretend I haven't. That's kind of where I look at, and that's what I'm going to look with other kids and stuff, too. I'm left with... It does concern me. From that sense. And the irony is I'm not just, like, looking at it as that, either. Because I can understand throwing something like a loop, like, and like I that's why I'm specifying. I do feel there's a difference between like the normal chests and these. Thanks. I mean, okay. But yeah, no, like I said, because it gives interesting visuals of everything that you can potentially get flashes over and over. It has lots of little sounds, and it gives you sounds that encourage, like, just... If you look into kind of like what casinos and the like do to encourage you to gamble, right? Many of those types of things are kind of implemented into the vault. Things giving you, it gives you a positive reaffirmation when you put in a key to get your treasure, and spits out the again, I mean, it's not the worst thing in the world, and yes, other games have done it. I don't know, the way they are doing it. Anyway. It doesn't matter. I don't need to keep... to be more exact, overall, I can't change anything. I can't do anything. I voiced my opinion when it first showed. Obviously, kind of, no one cared. and, I mean, we'll see. Honestly, I think it's not going to do much overall. Not because it won't from a, this perspective of the, like I said, that could still cause problems, but the fact is most people aren't going to go do trial chambers in like 2 years. Within 2 years, this is going to just be another forgotten update that people occasionally stumble into. Because, or if they do stumble into it, it's because they want like trims or something. Maybe. It's going to be like the ancient city. I mean, overall, how many people go to ancient cities anymore? Outside of streamers and YouTubers. Really and truly. Other than to maybe get a Swift sneak book. I mean, that's like the one thing. You do go to them? I was meaning more on average, you know? And I mean, obviously I go to them, you know? I'm not saying like nobody goes to them, although I am a streamer. But as an overall, and for loot specifically, I mean, people will go to ancient cities if they do the villager change, obviously, for the mending books that are would also be in that change. Which, again, I think is kind of odd. Be like, go here to get the loot you want, even though it's not really going to have it in the likelihood that you think it will. But it doesn't... I'm more left with, as an overall, you can go to 1 or 2, but it's not going to be everywhere and people going, oh, you should do this, you should do this. This is huge. It's just happening right now because people are trying to get people to go back and play Minecraft. And trying it out for themselves. And I honestly do think to some extent that is how it is and how these things go. With these updates. Part of why the Village and Pillage stuck around is because it actually was game changing. People can actually use, but people already used villagers to get mending and stuff. It just became 1,000 times easier. You no longer had to kill like 90% of your villagers that you get just so you could get the one you wanted. It was a positive change. And it let people who weren't as keen necessarily to try it beforehand do so. Another update, more people are, well, actually at this point, I don't think people care that much about the update. They still remember it as a good update because it changed, it made the Nether slightly less dangerous overall, but it also gave it some more dangers as well. And beyond that, it, you read the update? Okay. Fair enough. Well, or were you saying you remember the update? I wasn't saying you don't. I was meaning more like people don't think about it in the same way, right? I need to use my words better. It's not... It's thought of as a bigger update and everything, but at the same time, you don't... You just do. You go through the nether, if you're going to go through the nether, and you don't if you aren't. More like that. You're not specifically going in to go to the nether, but you still remember it as a change, because before it was just all the same and more frustrating. Again, i.e. playing around with 1.12, even with a few modded ores. Ugh. Anguish. It's not, it's not, you can definitely feel the difference. Interestingly enough. Caves and cliffs. I'd argue overall, yes, you wouldn't get this before caves and cliffs necessarily. You probably would, to some extent, but not like to this. And you wouldn't get taller than this. But, like, that's about all that you're going to remember out of the update. Are you going to remember the bundle? No, because the bundle wasn't in that. Are you going to remember the telescope? You're not going to necessarily remember that was in the update. You're going to be like, oh, was that update? Okay. Things like that. 1.19. Ancient cities are what you're going to remember out of that update, kinda. You're not going to necessarily go back to them, though. It's not something that you're going to, like, other than to get your Swift Sneak books and stuff, you're probably not going to go to... Overall, as a general rule, you're not just going to, like, go and camp out in the deep dark and the ancient cities, because, I mean, what are you really going to do there? Once you've gathered the items, there's nothing to do. It's literally it. Like, the one thing you could do is you could set up a base where there's no monsters. Except for in Bedrock, where, you know, monsters... I mean, obviously, they don't spawn as in there anymore. They used to spawn in this ancient city. I'm glad they fixed that before the update came out, but beyond that... like, that's the thing to do, if you're beyond that point. And then you have trial change, like, then you have, last update, 1.20, right? At this point, people pretty much just remember the trims. They don't think too hard about the sniffer. They're like, oh yeah, that exists. Like, when you look at, like, people actually going and playing, you know? Like, oh yeah, the sniffer does exist. Basically trims. And there's other things in that update, other than the trims. Obviously, the archaeology to get some of the trims, you know? But how often do you go find a trail ruin? Really? Unless you want that trim. That I think is in there, or the pot shards. No, I was saying that's the part that you'll remember out of the update. Or think about, even. It's more like they might do. Out of the whole update of 1.20. And they'll remember those trims. Oh boy, because of the netherite. I'm not saying it's good or bad. I'm saying that outside of that, are you really going to think about the cherry tree? This was 1.20. That biome that's for this was 1.20. And again, I still go with it already needs an update, along with the rest of the biomes. It's kind of weird that they made it more in line with the other biomes than kind of showing what an updated biome could look like. You know? I mean, yeah, you've got the petals, but other than that, it's... like, if you go into one, it's not really that different. And I don't think that most people necessarily use trims in that sense. I mean, they might. If they're on a multiplayer server, sure. If they can find them, then yeah, I could see them using trims. But, I mean, I forgot for half a second that the camo was in 1.20. And bamboo blocks. Those things are in that update. As I'm going through, I didn't even think of those for half a second. The streamer brain, I mean, I'll go there, but... It's like... And heck, I mean, unless you're a builder or somebody who wants to build a secret room, are you going to use the shells? I don't even remember what they're called. Oh, what are they called? Oh wait, I can actually look at them here. Chiseled bookshelves. They're useless otherwise. An item to be forgotten overall. Unless you want it for your aesthetics in your build. For one reason or another. I'm not saying this to just be like, ooh, Mojang bad. I'm saying that's where I don't think the trail runes, which are more like the ancient city, are going to really overall kind of find their way to anything overall. It's more like, yeah, you might go in once or twice, but the irony is it doesn't even have as much use as the ancient city. It's more like the trail ruins. And that's the thing I'd compare it to. Sure, you might use a sniffer and you might use trims, but you're not going to go out looking for ancient, trail ruins to find pretty much nothing. Occasionally you might get lucky and get your, right? And I think that's where I'm going with it. I don't think it's going to really change anything. Because at the end of the day, the trial chambers, much like the trail ruins, mostly only have, well, cosmetic items. And items that are not that, yeah. The only real difference is that the trial chamber does have the mace heavy core, right? Oh, you're kidding me. Come on, cook. Thank you. You know? Like, that's where I'd go with it. I'm not saying it as a negative thing either. I'm just saying that's what I'm left with. I don't think it's going to be exciting to go into. You might do it. You forgot. There! I said maybe sniffers, didn't I? Like, you might use sniffers. And heck, I mean, do you remember camels either? Camels are in the update. We have camels. Like, I literally went out and got some camels. I forgot they existed. Because there's only one per village. In the desert. Like, I have found more mushrooms than I have found camels. Rather, brought back. I guess. I brought more camels back, or more mushrooms than camels. I didn't say there's anything, let me be clear. Did I say that you don't have to like camels? I said that they're so non-existent in the game, you can forget about them. There's no real use to them. that other animals don't have to a better extent, and they're rare. Like, to find a camel, you first have to find a desert, which, depending on your world, could be 12,000 blocks out minimum. And I wish I was joking, but I still haven't found all the biomes. So, yeah. Speaking from experience here, I have deserts, obviously, but because of the nature of the world, you can have a world where you might barely ever find a camel. Because you would have to find a desert, and then you have to find a desert village, and then you have to hope that you find the desert village before the camel either wanders off and dies, or just dies. Because I have watched the camel, like, not on this world, mind you, but I have seen at least one camel go and do something stupid. Because mob AI is not the brightest. I'm sorry, little armadillo. You've done nothing wrong. I scared you. Although, that's their intention now, isn't it? Like I said, for some reason, they want you to go out and harass animals. To give you stuff and then enslave them. Because killing is bad. I don't know. Like I said, now that I've thought of it, I will continue to mock it. Because the more I think about it, the more I'm left with why was that the concept? Like, why was that the logic? Hi, silly guy. Thank you for the first time chat. How you doing? And yes, I do play Bedrock. I do Java too, but I do Bedrock. I do everything from Bedrock. At some point, I should do like a modded Bedrock playthrough, but I don't even want to have to try and start and figure out how to getting through that on the computer. But I do play Bedrock. I like playing Bedrock. I'm currently like trying to get my stuff back. How you doing? I was just discussing some of the things I find odd. And ranting. Ironically, not specifically Bedrock. I know. And they just made it worse, too. So, you know, there's that as well. I don't... I honestly, I've said it before, I'll say it again, I don't understand Mojang's logic. They're like, we won't add these things to the games because you can mod the game. Proceeds to make it next to impossible to mod one of their versions of the game. Including even their ones they want you to pay for in the marketplace, you know? Yeah. Yep. I mean, because that's the thing. Like, even their ones you buy on the marketplace break every update, right? It's like, and unless they go in and fix it, it's just broken forever. And then you spent money on that. It's like, I wish they would make up their mind. You know? Add items that are in mods. Or make the game, this version of the game, actually be more workable with modding. And not just with the marketplace either, because it's not really working clearly. I've seen the Bedrock mods that are on marketplace. They're not, or rather add-ons. They're not, Yep. And with about as much explanation, too, as the Java ones, which does not make it fun. But, yeah, I honestly am kind of left with, it's like, that's what I feel like. I wish they would do updates that actually added like, stuff. I was just saying, like, I wasn't just saying, but, like, one of the things I was saying is, they're not, like, I don't think they're ever going to do an end update. Honestly. And I think they just need to be honest about it. They keep claiming they will. They're letting people feel hope, and then it's like, I'm like, they're not gonna. They're just using it as excuse or let people like shill for the whole. Well, this update is small because they're gonna do the end update next update. Every update, like I see so many people saying that, I'm just thinking, no, it's gonna be another update that's gonna be even smaller. And I'm not saying this because I think they're lazy. I think they overthink everything and are complacent. And those are two things they should not be as a company. I also don't think it's Microsoft. I really don't. Well, I said I wish that they would do, like, here's the thing. I've said one of the things I wish they'd do in the end, and I think that this would be perfect for their Baron thing, right? Well, I would love to see lively places too. I think they should do like an end desert, you know? If they were to ever do one. In which everything becomes silent. Like, you don't have any footsteps. Even if you break blocks and things, there's no sound, you know? Truly a place void of life and sound and anything other than, like, maybe some, like, the ability to see. It's the only thing you have. And that they should, like, set up, like, a boss kind of temple that you can use, or they should set up, like, a temple thing that if you bring, like, a specific item, you can get a boss. That gives you a specific item or whatever. That's what I think that they kind of should do. Yeah, and then you could have that as well, exactly. Like, I'd love to see it in desert, though. I honestly think that would be cool. And silent. Just I want to see, like, a biome in the end that's just silent. Because I think that it would fit. I also would love to see some livelier biomes, just so that the barrenness of other places is much more clear. Like, for example, for every super barren, for every, like, 4 barren biomes you go through, you might come across one lively one, right? Like the opposite of the Nether. Because the Nether, you mostly find the lively ones, and you occasionally come across the barren ones, right? Or the barren original mod biome. But I'd love to see the opposite in the end, where you can occasionally come across, like, an oasis or something. Yeah, we need variety. Exactly. But that's what I'm saying. I feel like it doesn't have to be too much variety. It can still have that barren. You could have, like, a little oasis here and there, though. Maybe you even add, like, 4 or 5 minor trees kind of thing. That you have, like, a little oasis that maybe has, like, 4 or 5 trees. And have it be programmed to only have, like, 4 or 5 trees kind of thing. I mean, clearly they can do it, you know? With some of the other things they've done in this game. For a set minimum or maximum. But I mean... Oh yeah, also another thing I pointed out... yeah, let's see if I have a wandering trader. I am going to rock your world, apparently. If I have one. Sure. Hello, Sky. I think I already said hello, but I'm saying hello again. Well, I do think that those definitely... Oh, yeah, here. Okay, so. We're gonna rock your world. In a crazy way. Because I do have a Nitwit in here, because, you know. So here's the Nitwit, right? Look at how his outfit is, right? Okay, where'd he go? Here. Turn around, buddy. Look at his outfit. He's a Nitwit. This is a Nitwit villager who became successful. That's why he wears the robe. He's hiding. He's hiding because he got exiled. He became an adventurer. He became... Yeah, well... Oh, I know. Well, I didn't look at Fortnite. That's why I used that as an example, but... I rocked your... I blew your mind, didn't I? Yeah, they're nitwits. Also, interestingly, if you look at their prices, lore-wise, they're clearly the ones that sell glowstone to the clerics. Which is how cleric villagers have glowstone at this point. As they... this guy doesn't right now, but this guy sells glowstone for 2 emeralds if he has that trade. Whereas a cleric will sell them for 4. Meaning that they buy it off of him and then they sell it for twice as much. Because he's not Inuit. He's wearing a robe to hide his identity, but he's a nitwit. Like I said, look at that costume, and then you look at a nitwit's costume. Yeah, he's right behind me. He's a nitwit. He's hiding. He's a nitwit under gold and colorful, like... That's the way he's covering his face and everything, too. He's like, you can't figure out who I am. He went out into the world and he found... I don't know what. But yeah, that's kind of like the kind of thing I love noticing. It's kind of funny too. I'm surprised I haven't pointed it out before. I think I have, but it's just like I don't point it out often. But it is crazy if you actually look at it. He's just neatened up, and then he's wearing a disguise, which I love. But it's like things like that. I wish there was more of in the game. You know. I mean, beyond actually having, like, I've said before, I don't want bigger updates. I want more, more game-changing updates. Honestly, I don't think at this point, you know? I don't think they're ever going to do a big update. Which I still go with, I've looked at, like, just what they've done. Fair enough. Fair enough, yeah, you don't want me to continue blowing your mind. I can really... With this game, like, when you find things, you find things. And I don't know if they intended them or not, but it's like, but it's there. But yeah, I don't know. I really am at the point where I'm just kind of like, I do hope you have a good day, by the way. But yeah, it's just, as I said, the updates, it's not... Yeah, I love small details. It's part of why I was so disappointed with the cherry biome. It really is just another biome. With that. But that was already introduced effectively 2 updates prior. Or actually 3, I think. So... Like... Oh yeah, no, I do agree. Small things are amazing. And it's part of where I really am left with at this point, that I'm like, I would rather have small but impactful updates rather than... I think I said it, I definitely said it on a previous live stream, but I think honestly all they'd have to do to have an update that people would be like, yeah, big update, would be to update things like the Birch Forest and add a couple of the mobs that they've promised they're going to add, or maybe add a few of the biomes they promised they're going to add. These things, they've already got them planned out to some extent, because, you know, they were previous votes. And I still go with, I think there's a... Oh yeah, I like that. Secret dialogues, interactions and stuff. I like that kind of thing too. This game's never going to have that, but yeah, I think that's cool. I do agree. But, like I said, I think, honestly... And one thing I'm still not completely convinced of is that these mobs were completely original, like they keep going back to at this point, and going, well, we'd have to come up with 3 mobs from scratch. But I mean, the fact of the matter is, the alley already, it was worked on, right? They've admitted to this. If you go back and, I don't know if you can still find these, I think they may have erased them. Don't know though. But with the Minecraft Nows, one of them, they specifically even admitted that the alley was originally going to be part of another update. But then, partway through, got scrapped. But they already had its plans for it, right? They already had plans. In other words... Oh, I do agree. We do, like, things, whether you like them or not, like the wolves attacking foxes... could use more of that. It's dark, but it's a thing. Beyond that, just other interactions would be, it would be nice. I mean, it's part of what I've said. I wish, especially if they want to do their village update, right? I wish that what you could do is you could raise, like, a sort of affection level with villagers and then have them come to your village. Like you set up, you set up like a. So if you know what a waste, give me a second. My cat's flipping out. Kitty cat, what are you doing? But like where you would effectively in your village set up like the equivalent of a waystone, but not really. But then you can go to a village and you can get someone up there. I don't think they can do this. This is just something I'd love to see, but I don't think they have the coding abilities to do this. I'm going to be honest. But I'd love to see where it's like, then either you have an affection rating or you can just ask them to come to your village and they might come to your village. Kind of like some games. Like if you play a game, right, a farming game, oftentimes you go out and you'll ask a villager to come back with you or whatever, and then they can start doing something. Or whatever. You know? I'd love to see something like that in this game, and then I feel like at the very least it would feel... Well, I mean, here's the thing. The current method is you boat them across the world, right? So you have to basically drag them about, depending how far away you are, up to a couple thousand blocks, and maybe even through the nether, on a boat. Whereas what this would be is you basically do maybe like 10-20 minutes of upping affection at most, you know? Like maybe you get them to a certain level of whatever. Yeah, or you could have villagers visit as well. Kind of like you could have a wandering trader. I'd love to see the ability to have a wandering trader join your what are you up to? Your village. Yeah, I want to know what you're up to. You're being silly. You're being silly. You want to make a little point to you, little kitty cat. But, like, I could see that too. I'm just saying, like, instead of having to drag them back, you just could ask them to join your village and they might come join your village, kind of thing. Heck, I honestly think that would just, at least you don't spend hours upon hours trying to drag them to where you want them, only for them to die. Falling down a hole. You know? Because apparently villagers, they do that, you know? Cat, what are you doing? Get out from behind there. Get. Move. This is where I'm just trying to get him to get away from the just in case you've forgotten. He goes behind the computer and starts messing with things, and he's gonna hurt himself one of these days. Come on. I don't want you back there just because I'm streaming. Honey. But, I mean, honestly, I feel like they need to be able to do something. And then, like, maybe the Wandering Trader becomes some form of it, like, a random type of villager, right? Not a nitwit, but... And then they have an ability or whatever. It's that kind of thing that I'm left with. I kind of just feel like if they want you have to go to explore to find your villagers, you need an easier way to bring them back. Don't go, well then, you can set up villages in all these different places. No. That's worse. Hello, Koopa. I am ranting. Yeah, you. I'm doing okay. Katie's flipping out a bit. Asthma's a little bit. Asthma's basically, I'm at the point where I just need 3 days of no coughing. Haven't had it yet, but we're close. Hopefully by Monday, well, at least I've had 2 days. But yeah. Obviously, I was just ranting. As I do. And I play this game. Well, I don't know why I do it so much. I think it's because I want the game to be better. Like, I like the game. And when I say better, I just mean, like... Well, actually, no. For some of it, I do just kind of mean better. And not in a negative, like, ooh. I mean, like... Like the mob AI. I really wish they'd fix it. So that they don't... Like, on Bedrock, I wish they would be nerfed a bit, and on Java, I wish it'd be buffed a bit. Since they could use it. But beyond that, as I said, I've come to the conclusion I don't think they're ever going to do an end update, you know? In this game. I really don't. And I'd love to be proven wrong. I think I said this last year, too. Now that I think about it. I think I outright said I don't think they're going to ever do an end update. And they didn't again. So, you know, we'll see if I'm right or not. But realistically, that's where I'm at. I'm at with this point. I'm like, yeah. They're not going to do an end update. They're not going to do an inventory update. They're going to continue pretending that nothing's wrong and covering their ears and going la 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 la. Because, of course they will. Who's going to convince them? Who's going to tell them otherwise? I mean, people will, but they'll listen to. Yeah, that's the irony. Like, more and more you'll see people just going, end update. And I'm just thinking now at this point, I'm like, they're not going to do it. And it's because they've already decided not to do one. I really do think that's the case. And as I said, I know they will never admit it because, well, if they do, well, there's a decent number of people who'll just give up on the game. But a lot of people just kind of hope for something that's probably, like, isn't gonna come. Isn't good either. And as I said, maybe I'll be proven wrong. And I'd love to be proven wrong. I'd love to see myself get proven wrong. Because why not? Considering they still don't understand their own game, you know? The Bedrock version of the game. I have no hopes for them. Or what it was even before they started focusing on it and going, oh, there's issues here. And then removing the things that people actually wanted. Rather than the bugs. I still can't believe they were going to add hardcore. And it's like... this game... This version of the game, I might love it, but I can admit, this... it ain't good for that, like, at all. Like... if you know, you know, you know? And that is my honest answer. I think they'll add the hardcore to the game, but I don't think they're going to fix the game. It's just going to be like, you died a random chance. And yet, they're already thinking about it, you know? They're already trying to plan what update it'll be in. Which says everything. And that's why I go with, they're not fixing this game. They're gonna pretend that it's all a-okay. Like, oh, it's fine. Okay, it is pink. Everything's good, just like they always do. I wouldn't say you know what? Here's what I would say. I wouldn't say necessarily the Java team's exactly lazy, but I would say the Bedrock team is. I'm sorry. I'm sure there'll be people who will be out there somewhere that would be like, I'm just something or other. That's why I'm not like saying the Java team. I'm like, yeah, I think they have no idea what actually is in Bedrock because they mostly focus on Java. Heck, notice, I don't think really pretty much anybody in the Sweden side ever even really played Bedrock. They all talk about how they played Java, and I'm just like, and so you have no idea how bad things are on Bedrock. Like, there's so many things that need fixing at this point. That you could write a book. And the irony is, I feel like the things they'd fix is that. Even though that's something I love. And I would be like, no, don't do that. That's why I play this version of the game. Or I started playing this, really fell in love with this version of the game. Right here. Which is the color of the desert water and the mason stuff. I mean, look, they did it to this shattered savannah, right? And it was just like, because it wasn't the same. And it's like, well, you could have, you know, simply brought it to Java. People liked it. And they did the same thing with the string thing from the Cowboy. I was left with, I mean, it's one of those things I was like, look. It wasn't like it was this super buff. And there was a logic to it. And a reason to, you know, want to keep cobwebs. And you could, I would have argued instead they should have made it go back and forth. So it's effectively a storage block. And then, I mean, or at the very least, I thought they'd at least make it go the other way. No, it's just, nope. Now it has to match Java, so you can't put string into, or cobweb into a crafting table and get string. I'm not, like, saying this as to just, like, complain or anything. I look at it, and that's why I'm like, they're not going to fix Bedrock. They're not going to update the end. They're never going to fix the storage system. They find every excuse under the sun not to do it. Every excuse under the sun. I mean, for Pete's sake, they could have made bundles work on Bedrock. Let's be real here. They didn't want it on mobile. And so they used it as an excuse. And that's really where I'm at. Like, they don't know how this version of the game works. They don't care. It makes a great scapegoat. I'll go there. That's what they go with it, you know? I feel like that's definitely in their head. I'm sure it's not, but it feels like it. And it's just mostly just disappointing. More than anything else. And I honestly think they could probably fix the bugs that are the death bugs. A lot of them could easily be fixed with one simple thing, you know? Which is, make this game not be automatically online. Even when they're not online. That alone would fix so many of the issues. Which is kind of sad. Because most of them, if you look at them, are related to lag. And so I'm left with, fix the lag. Make it so that you're not going to be automatically having to deal with that every time you boot up the game. Maybe you can't get achievements while you're not online, but whatever. You can set that up. You can even have it say if you're going to play offline, if that's like part of it. I don't think it should be, but it probably is. So I'm guessing that. But yeah, I mean, that's where I'm at. That's why I go with, I'd rather see a meaningful update than a big update. People keep going on about how the Trial Chambers is such a big update. But I'm left with, it's a structure that does nothing. I mean, online. Like, whenever I see, like, online discussion of it. And the mace isn't actually that worthwhile. And I mean, somebody has to be out there to say it. Like, it's such a niche thing that it's like, stop acting like it's this crazy amazing thing. It's not. It's a niche weapon that could be fun to play around with, but outside of niche settings, it's going to be useless. And those niche settings include sticking whatever powerful boss mob in a hole, hoping that it stays in that hole, and going up high enough that you might be able to kill it. And that is honestly my opinion of that. And as I said, I feel like servers like the scummier servers, well, now they have a new loot box there. You can even see all the items you can get without clicking on it. And it makes fun noises that you can adjust yourself as well. I don't know. But like I said, I just, at this point, I don't even know if food is too big of an update. I'm going to be honest. Food and farming, as in farming food, might be too big of an update. Because it might overpower things. And, well, what if people think it's modded? And I can repeat what they're thinking word for word, I think, at this point. Because it's what they say every update. And what other people sometimes say. These people who, I feel like overall don't exist. And it's super weird because now it's like, you go online and every single big channel, right? They're praising Mojang for the update, and I'm thinking, look, the update's an okay update, but it's not that great. You can be honest about it. It's not going to be a long-term update. And ironically, it's even smaller as far as actual usable content that's not for building than the last update. Which is saying something. It's bizarre. Because if they want to explore it, right, like, for exploration purposes, which is what they keep pushing, even though, as was pointed out to me earlier by Chris, I don't remember, was it Chris, I think? Or, no. Give me a second. This is a game, technically, about mining and crafting. Oh, yeah, it was Dragon. Yeah, Dragon. It's like, but that's not their focus. In a game about mining and crafting, their first focus, every time they make an update, is exploration. Which I think is weird. You can tell me I'm wrong, but I think it's weird. They keep going more and more into this. that side of things, and then they're not actually adding things to explore as well. I mean, it just... No, well, you can find the trial chambers, but yeah. Whether people even really think of them or not, technically they added a structure and a biome last time. Yes, you can go, well, this is an over-the-top structure, but it's a structure that most people aren't going to go to more than once or twice. So even on that front, it's not really a good update. It's an update for builders. They get more blocks to play with. There's a kind of update for, here, 1 second. There's a kind of update for redstoners, as a few of the blocks can be used as redstone, like the auto crafter, but again, in a more niche setting. This isn't for the average user. This is for the person who makes the mega farm and goes, well, you know. Alright, yeah, give me a second on that. I gotta sleep first. And then I'll spin, I promise. Gotta protect my villagers. Actually, I have time. I have time. 4, 5, 6. You know what? And sleep. Because this is Bedrock, like I said. Ooh. Man, I was super fast. For once. I actually made it in all 6. And then was able to not be able to click the bed yet. But, like, this. I should be able to pause the game and have the game pause unless I'm in multiplayer. Which, yes, you can make any world a multiplayer world. But, considering you have a multiplayer setting on the game for Bedrock, one would assume you simply open the world to that. If that would be how I would have set that up. That way the single player world that has nobody on it isn't online. Or behaving like it's online. At least. Unless, like, maybe you get an achievement or something. I could see that happening, you know? That way it's... You might get a lag if you get an achievement, but other than that, overall, it's not likely to lag you out. Because, you know, it shouldn't actually be online. 24/7? I don't know. I honestly don't know. It is just, as I said, my opinion. Heck, I mean, I feel like all they'd ever have to add to the game to have, like, most people flip out and it wouldn't even be exploration or anything would be vertical slabs. They do that, they win the update. You know? That's the irony of it all. Because everybody would be like, to some extent, like, yeah, I could do something with that. I could do something with that. Which is the sad part, you know? Like, all they need for a good update, for an update that, like, I think that most people would be, like, finding something with, is something as silly as vertical slabs. And you can disagree. Whenever I see online discussions of, they wish that, they know that they won't add to the game, but they wish they would. Doesn't matter who they are. Other than now at this point, inventory, because inventory's gotten so bad, but years and years. Like, well, they won't do it because they said they won't, but vertical slabs. I mean, it says everything right there. But that would be a game changer. And it kind of would be. I mean, think of the waterfalls you could make with that. You could have, like, in-depth. I don't know. But either that or, like, literally throw in the mobs that haven't won for a while. You've won the, again, you've won the the vote. You won the update. You don't need to do much else other than that. Let me see. What else is there that they could do? Biomes. They could throw all the biomes in that they haven't updated yet. Again, they win the update. Overall, just because people finally feel like they're being listened to. And I honestly, that's what I'm left with at this point. They're all such little things that honestly, it could be thrown into probably all one update without being too labor intensive even. I mean, they already have the harder parts of that probably done to some extent. You'll have like, because they'll already have ideas to what they would have changed at that point, you know? Maybe they have to discuss it, but other than that, I mean, I could see that being pretty easy update to win over people with. That would be maybe it probably would be difficult, but all you need is like one of those things. The birch biome. Give a birch update. I feel like, again, you win the update. Not because it's a good update, but because you literally did something people will have wanted to be, have been complaining about. It doesn't take a lot. Inventory update? Oh, absolutely would win that update, you know? Like, add backpacks or whatever. And you can keep... And here's the thing. You could keep... what's it called? Them being different and unique and not, like, making the shulker boxes worse, because you could potentially have it be... You could put shulker boxes into said backpack and then maybe even use them, but maybe you have to have you use it in place of a chest plate. Aha, finally. I honestly feel like that's the kind of thing that they could do, that it would just... It doesn't take a lot. And that is honestly what I feel at this point. It would not take a lot for them to be able to... make an update that just about anybody and everybody could enjoy. Oops. There we go. And it's just like... It's part of why I do question it. Like, well, why not just do something like that? You can say it's because you don't want people to think it feels modded, but let's be honest, the trial chambers feel like a mod. A poorly implemented, not really thought out too well mod. Overall. That feels like it was thrown in part of a mod pack, or would be thrown in a mod pack, potentially, just so you'd have multiple structures. Because, you know, they wouldn't just throw one in. Ironic. I know. It's just not... I'm just not getting looting. And I don't even know if it's like... I don't want smite. And yeah, that's the kind of thing that actually frustrates me. Like, the enchantment system is so bad. Ironically, I mean, this is part of what I love about Vault Hunters, is that you get to choose your enchantment, right? And obviously, it's limited to what ones you can pick, but because of the nature of the mod pack, and beyond that, it would have to be anyway. But I feel like it's something I'd like to see. Something akin to that. I'd love to see something akin to that get like implemented, just because It's so frustrating to go through, especially if they want to change villagers. And have yet again be like, well, I don't have the ability to do that. Because I don't. But I'd like to. Yeah. At the end of the day, I think what it really needs to be is they either need to decide that their game is an RPG and start adding those things into the game, or decide their game is not an RPG and stop trying to kind of implement those kinds of things into the game without... I say RPG, exploration type game as well, I guess, but the reason I say RPG is because some of the things they want to do, like have villagers only have certain traits in certain places, and then like, you find that a lot in RPG games, you know? For that one type of trade and all that. The trial chambers is basically just a dungeon. And, yeah. By the way, I think I can finally make... Yep. Here we go. We have some bull farmer. Boop. But, I mean, that's kind of where I'm at. I'm looking at it and I'm like, it feels more like that. I don't know if that's what they intended with it. I'm not saying it is. That's what I think of every time I see what they're doing. And they see all these other games that do it as well, and it's like, well, but this isn't that game. This is its own game, and it needs its own stuff that it gets done with it. And I honestly do feel that way. Here, I'm gonna grow a new tree, by the way. Let this one fall, and then get a new one from the sapling that I'll inevitably get. Was that everything? Yes. I don't know. But if you were to ask me what I think should be beyond farming and food, just things I think the game could use, right? Beyond end update, beyond that or anything, I think one, we could use a few more village types. Because I feel like it's kind of stagnant where it's at. Like, I actually feel that way. After all, why can't you have villagers in a mesa? You could have a little town, like a little western town. It'd be cute. It'd look nice. It'd be interesting. It'd be different. Heck, I mean, why not have a cherry blossom villager? It's its own unique biome overall, or just a mountain flower, or a meadow villager. I think that would probably be... I mean, beyond well liked, I think it just would just suit. Or it would be an interesting thing to see. Let me see. What else would I think there would be? Kind of thing. If they're not going to add more wood types that are color, like, I'd say maybe you get to the point where you start adding dyeable wood. Not saying, like, adding color necessarily, but just... Or the real world, you can effectively dye wood, right? It's called staining. And you can get more colors and textures that way. And it looks nice. Oh, by the way, this is gonna be... Like, I wanted to see how this looks. That's not what I'm looking for. Okay. Not this house. Not this house. I was thinking white anyway in here, but I wanted to see what the pink would look like. Alright, I think this is the house I want. Yeah, because that's... But, I mean... Firstly, I think there's all kinds of things you could do, you know? With the game. There's all kinds of things you can do to add more... everything. It doesn't have to always be all the same everywhere for everything. Because if it was... Well, wouldn't that be boring? If everything is just the same. And... I'm gonna be honest, I think part of what keeps the... Zelda franchise healthy and strong is they keep doing different things every game. I mean, you don't really get the same thing 2 games in a row. No matter, like, what you look everywhere and see, that is just how it is. And that's not a bad thing. But I would say either they need to really focus on this game, stop focusing on spin-offs. Spin-offs never succeed. Or if they succeed, they completely destroy the main game, typically. I mean... Or a series or whatever. I mean, just look at it. It's usually either one way or the other. You don't typically have a successful... You don't typically have a successful side... Whatever, right? And a successful... main game. At least as far as I've noticed. And again, that's not a bad thing. But the biggest thing is if it's not... The irony is... I don't want to say, because I know that there's a lot of people that like dungeons and everything, right? But as far as, like, Mojang and Microsoft are concerned, those games were failures. They did not succeed. And if you think of it like that, basically, they spent years on a failure. And you can't argue that Legends was... That definitely did effectively just fail. Yeah. I just want to go inside, dude. Thank you. Oh, I don't have enough. Sorry, I'll go get more diamonds, or emeralds, rather. I mean... Well, that's a new one. You're gonna hang your llamas. In fact, they are hanging. Oh, gosh. Oh, dear, oh, my. Oh, dear, oh, my. Oh, goodness me. But, yeah, I mean, that is honestly where I'm at. I think... And the thing is, you can go, oh, they don't actually... They definitely are involved, you know? Because if they aren't involved, that means they're having a team of completely unaffiliated... They don't understand the workings of Minecraft in the way that the Mojang team have for years, kind of thing, right? And then they're just to make a game. And if that's the case, I mean, okay, why? But it means that you have at least part of your focus always focused on these other projects that are not the main game. And again, I go with it, okay, but does it to me, I just at this point think, does that mean it's going to be successful? Do you think this means that this will succeed like the main game? Do you think that it's... Actually, I don't need this right now. Going to make the game better than the main game? If so, why are you making the main game? If you don't, why are you making this game? And to some extent, there really is an either or to it. Crazy, I know. Thank you, buddy. That's how I look at it, and as I said, I know most people don't. They're just like, well, if it's good, it's good. If it's not, it's not, kind of thing. And there's not a problem with that. It's just... Well, yeah... I don't know. Well, we'll see. We will see. Whenever they do their update or announcement in October. Like, have they ever done it not in October? Just wondering. Rather, in a long time. Since... I guess they did November. They did it in November once, didn't they? In recent years. Since it became live. I did pluck one a little early. But that one will be at the end now so that it can be going. I'm not going to get all of them either because obviously not all of them are going to be done, but like that one's not done yet. But that one is. Honestly, you know what I really want in an update? Really and truly, the one thing I think I really, really want that I feel like I don't think they're going to implement ever, but it would be like is the smallest thing, but I feel like it'd be nice at this point. Because I actually do have something, I think, that I'd love to see in the game. The ability to speed this process up beyond just 5 blocks apart. Like, why don't we have that yet? Not to be rude. Genuine question. Like, because this is yet another thing that pushes people away from the game. And I'm not saying like you have to have instant gratification. Maybe you use an item that you would add to it that would allow it to oxidize faster. Obviously, in the real world, you have things that allow you to do that. I don't know if you know what that it would be, but we're just gonna go with there's things. And they do work. So I find myself wondering, yeah, you know, I would hope. yeah, that's what I'm gonna say. You guys should know. To some extent. If not, I guess you could Google it. There should be like a scientific blah 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 answer. But it's just one of those things that I think it's like, I look at it and it's like, that's an obvious thing to bring into the game. Just because there would be something to it. You know? There's a real world explanation too to be able to do that. It's not just like only in Minecraft kind of thing, or even if it was, I mean, why not? But it's a teaching moment for kids if you really want to go there, right? And no, I'm not saying that they should have the character just like, you know, but maybe you add one of the components, and then you can use that component to, or heck, just use salt. Salt works too, right? To some extent. Not exactly. It's not exactly salt. But, you could do that. Like, you could say, like the Statue of Liberty. It was oxidized in the way it was due to the sea air. The ocean air, right? So you could potentially use something akin to that. Like if you have it near the ocean, like on a beach or in an ocean biome, it could go faster. This has been recommended by people too. This isn't just me that go with it. I'm like straight up saying like this is something to do. Or I think it's the ammonia. I don't remember what it was exactly, but you could add that to the game. Ironically, you can make it so you can make gunpowder that way as well, without creepers. But, you know, that would be a bit much, probably, to the poor devs. Don't want to do that, right? Even though you can already just buy gunpowder. Which I find hilarious. Like, this is the kind of thing where I go, there are some uses to wandering traders. Oh, I didn't say it was that. I couldn't remember what I can't remember what the component is. I'm just saying you could do something like that. You know? Put it in salt air, it oxidizes. Have some sort of material that you gain, you can use it on this. Since they have no real care about, yeah. Like, they don't really care about realism. After all, these guys aren't, well, hello buddy, how do I tell you this? You're prey. In the real world. Like, super prey. And dumb. You know, what's ironic is, so they have them only in mesas, right, and savannas. But, like, I could probably go outside right now and find an armadillo. Here in Florida. And they go pretty much anywhere and everywhere. In fact, I'm going to disturb you now. You're not going to like it, but I've seen what's left after one of them gets eaten. And you want to know what part it is? I don't think you do. But I could tell you. Oh boy. But ironically, like, if you were to have an animal, like the vulture or whatever, and I'm also surprised that, I'm surprised that wolves don't attack them. I'm gonna be honest. From what I have seen. Yeah. I'm not gonna say them. Unless I'm asked. Actually, no, I told him. All that's really left is the outside part. That shell. Because despite how, this part, like how strong this is, the underbelly is nice and soft and, yeah. We're gonna move on. They're very fluffy. Which, I don't think I want to know if they actually tried to design a, these armadillos like that. I'm sure they kind of did, but not really. Dark realities of living out in the middle of nowhere. And armadillos being, like, everywhere. If they can find a way there, they will. I think that's the craziest part, you know? The belief that animals will stay within one, like, area if they could just walk somewhere else. It might take years. Generations. But they'll find their way to other places. Because they can. Just like people. I mean, stubborn is as stubborn does. I don't know if you'll believe me or not, but it's true. Stubborn is as stubborn does. If they want to go, well, they don't care about what your fancy... Your book says kind of thing. And they're an invasive species, no less. But yeah. Sorry to traumatize you. Not really, but kind of sorry. You know, what I'm not focusing on is actually getting the things I need. I really should just focus on getting the mending book and stuff. I know I could just do that. Why am I not? And instead trying to make, like, fancy houses. Well, I chat? I mean, like... I don't know. If you got an answer, by the way, do tell me. That's how I think about it. I'm like, what am I doing? Alright, I think this will actually be the color if I don't do quartz. Let me see. How does this look with... Yeah, I kind of like that. I do wish there was a way to do it without the... But I think it'll work. Because I want it to be kind of like an off... white. You know, to create that, like, that pinstripe, wallpaper. And if it's not good, do tell me that you do not like it so that I can adjust. I'm thinking I'm gonna put 2 beds in, maybe more, I don't know. Well, no, I'll just do 2 beds. That way they have like a huge space in here and it's just like, bop. Obviously, Mrs. Hickleberry, or Higglebottom, will probably be alone, you know? She'll have this huge space to herself. And then I guess this one can have like 2 people as well. I don't know. This just repeats a lot. And then obviously it stops repeating this song. You know what I really wish we could have is a wallpaper. Like, if we're going to get building blocks anyway, I do wish we could have something like wallpaper. Could be ugly as all get out if they really want to, but I don't know. I just think it'd be nice to have at this point. I mean, we have paper. And everything else is not able to kind of just replicate that, and I mean, that could just be a nice way, because you have, like, this color, right? You got this muddied color. You could give it, like, a yellowish tinge to everything or something like that. Or it's all kind of pastel. In comparison to the bright colors of the concrete or the muted kind of muddy colors of the terracotta. I don't know. That's something I'd like to see. I think that'd be cool. Just for another option, and it would give more use to paper than just make books or sell to villagers. Like, beyond doing those 2 things, is there anything else you really can do with paper? I guess you can make a map, right? But since they seem to want to give, like, every block a use for, like, quote-unquote decorational purposes, I honestly think I'd love to see something like a wallpaper block. I just think it would make some sense. Because then you actually have a reason other than, again, villagers. And books. And maps. And I guess rockets. You know, people use them for rockets. But then it would actually be another use other than rockets, you know? Like, so much of it is just, it's so utilitarian. Like, so many of these blocks are not. And I don't mind that this one is. But I think... I honestly do think that it would be nice to have something like that. Just to throw in another color ration that isn't just like adding wood. And the wood planks is not what I'm looking for either. I honestly do wish we could have something with the paper. Because I think it would be unique. Where basically you make the paper, right? Like so. And then what you would do is you'd make a block. I mean, obviously that's a map, but like this. I think that would be the paper block. Or you could have it be that you'd have a new specialty blocks just for that, you know? And you could even add a new like type of villager as well. I mean, why not? If you're gonna do a villager change anyway, add new types, add new things, spice things up a bit, give different uses. Add more, and heck, also just add more blocks that do things. Like, part of what makes, and this is something I would say, part of what makes the cartography table interesting, part of what makes the blast furnace and all those interesting is that they are utility blocks. They have nice looking aesthetics. Don't get me wrong, but they're utility blocks that do improve upon just what exists already. You don't have like the blast furnace and the smoker, yeah. And honestly, it'd be nice to have another type of furnace beyond those two types for things like glass. A smeltery, maybe. Or a glass smeltery, right? And then you could have a glass maker, too. You could sell the things like windows. And maybe you could even add other items as well. Oh, looks like oh. Song just ends in the middle of like and but beyond the yeah, I honestly think you could have some more interesting things to do with these items that we just don't get currently. Heck, I mean, you could just make it that you can make diamond slabs. And obviously you can't turn them back into diamonds at that point. That's your own darn choice. But why not? I mean, if you think there's too many diamonds, make them a true, make them a true decoration block. Same with emeralds, same with gold, it's just like, why not? Go ham wild. It could be a minor, it could be, not minor in that way, but a minor major update to do something like that. Because obviously they aren't doing major updates anymore. And I still go with, I feel like the minor update added more than the major update overall to do. And exploration-wise. Like, why is it that the minor update did more for that than the major update, if that's what you want? I don't know their minds. I don't understand their brain, and I don't want to. I just, it hurts my head when I start thinking about it. Because, honestly, you think about it too much, and it's like, so, why? And why not? Do something. I mean... You get all these other things, right? Alright, I'm gonna try and make another librarian villager a second here. So, yeah. And again, this isn't like me trying to like complain or anything. I'm just at this point left with, why not? There's all these things you could do. All the things that maybe you should do. That honestly, overall, I think could be considered good updates. Are you actually... Yeah, you actually are. Alright, I'm going to be bad. Alright, somebody will take this. Efficiency... I have efficiency 5 on me. I think. Or maybe I lost it. I don't care enough, though. Huh? Who became the new villager? You. You're not useful, huh? You're still not useful. Dun, dun, dun. No, it's not useful. Again, I don't think you're supposed to be selling that. I'm not buying it because I don't care about that, but, like, I don't think you're supposed to be selling that. I have Prop 4. I think. Not here, but... I mean, like... I don't personally care. Like, lol. That should have been fixed, was not. I can get all... I've at least seen 2 of them. Mesa. Enchantments in villagers, which I did not think you could do. Maybe you can. Maybe I'm wrong. But I could have sworn they didn't want that. Yeah, I see you. You want to... I need a new mending guy, if you'll do that, because I don't want to go over to the other one just for mending every single time I need it. You notice those were added to the rotation? I'm just kind of left with why. It seems like it's not a positive thing. Yeah, you're still not it. I almost wish there was just like... If I didn't want backup stuff, I wouldn't be dealing with you, buddy. Yep. Backup. Piercing. I have silk. You know, I need to go get the emerald. I forgot the emerald / paper. I need to go get the paper. He could be a silk touch guy for a little while, because I don't... But yeah, I mean, that's the kind of thing I look for in an update. Like, if you're not going to add big fancy things, then add small fancy things. I'm just going to take the carrots with me. Oh wait, I had paper. Okay. Yep, paper it is. Because due to the nature of Bedrock villagers, I never have to worry about having emeralds for this trade. Like, ironically, it means that I can solidify a trade. Hi, buddy. It's still you, right? Your knockback? Oh. Sorry, buddy. You were in the way, though. I guess it was the other guy. He was knocked back, but he was pretending to be the other guy. Yeah. Looting. What can I put on a sword? Sure, I feel like there's too much that I can just to do looting one. Just making sure this is the right guy. At least looting 2. Come on, buddy. Looting 2 I'll take. Or mending. You're right. I took the mending. Because I don't want to go all the way over there, like I said, every time I need mending. Because I need mending a lot. I'm going to have to figure out where his house is. Or... maybe not him. Maybe I need to figure out where a guy who's not. Down there. Alright. And here, I wonder if it's because of the... I feel like I've reached a little further normal. But yeah. Come on. Give me these. I need them. Thank you. I should probably finish up soon, by the way. I wanted to try and get some stuff done, but I think I'm just getting to the end. And what I could do, I'd like to find... I'd honestly like to complete the one room just so that I could, move a villager down there, but I don't think I have enough stuff to do that yet. Ironically. By the way, these things are ultimately the best way to get the sap, like, bone meal saplings if you ever do that, you know? The only things that are even better are to use mangrove leaves. And moss, of course. And, of course, also, nether trees. I mean, nether trees are always... always the best of the best. But beyond those, you know? Like, just for pure sapling usage, I feel like these guys are the best for that, you know? Like, you can gather, like, 30 plus saplings. From, like, cutting down just a couple trees. Rather, you could get, like, a couple stacks. From not a couple stacks of trees. So, I mean, obviously those are really good too, because, you know, just how much leafage. But for the amount of leafage it is and everything, and the amount of space it requires and stuff, I mean, it's kind of ridiculous how much it drops saplings. If you think about it. Like, last time I didn't bother trying to collect at all. I just gathered a few. Here and there. This time I'm actually going to collect every single sapling I see. And there comes another one. And we already had a couple, but for like 2 trees, one of which I wasn't really trying. Again, for the size and shape of the tree and everything. And the amount of logs you get out of it as well. And obviously I'm actually breaking these. These would work as a type of wallpaper if I have something behind it. Yes. But just straight up collection of sapling-ish. Yeah. See, I'm being impatient as well. I mean, I could probably go up and get them. I'm just not. Just wait a minute. Oh, I could reach that one, and I got sapling out of it. Here's how we're gonna do this. Because now I can reach these, just to see what else we get. Gotta stick out of that one. And we'll see what comes out of the last 2, but I mean, I think I already lost one of these. Because I decided to wait too long, but I could have gotten 2 out of that one. If I'd been a little bit faster and hadn't been so, So we're at 23 from 2 trees. Not getting every sapling either. I mean... yeah, that's the point. Like, there's so many saplings out of this tree. I don't even know... I honestly am not sure why. Like, I get... you want to be able to get 1, you know? But... when you average at minimum 10 saplings per tree, and there's no chance of getting a double tall or making a double size one, right? So to have a reason to want more saplings, it's like, it's a little ridiculous. I can have a whole tree farm going out of like 2 trees. And ironically, like, this is the thing. Normally Bedrock has way more saplings than Java does as far as like trees to saplings. This is nowhere, like, this, the Java cherry tree does, like, a lot more. And honestly, I think that's part of where I'm just kind of left with, like, some of these, I'm like, these updates are, I don't know who's quality control checking. But they're definitely not checking. And honestly, I'm not trusting the trial chambers kind of thing. Due to that kind of, like... Are those guys still stuck? Well, one is... No, both are still stuck! Oh! Why don't you... You know what? I don't normally kill these guys because I don't care that much, but, like... Dude. Your poor llamas. And, yeah, I know you'll attack me for how dare I... Oh, wait. Yeah, you will. Have fun with that, guys. Punishment complete. That probably seemed cruel. I don't normally kill him. Like, I really don't. I just felt bad for the llamas. If Minecraft was as realistic as they like to pretend they are, those llamas would be dead. Like, super dead. Also, I'd be able to cook eggs into boiled eggs. Or fried eggs or something. But beyond that, the llamas would be super dead. Because they would have strangled. Or rather, they've been strangled to death. Alright, Nautilus shell, not what I'm looking for. Yeah. There we go. Just being patient. Well, technically that is edible, I guess. But yeah, I do wish the chickens' eggs would actually, you know, food. I think that would be cool. If you could have an egg farm. But you could actually eat out of. Alright, Alright, I have a couple fish. Now toss these fish into the cooker. As I continuously am doing, back and forth, right? I would like some loot. But I don't know if I'm gonna get that, so I'm just gonna have to... Alright, here's a question. Should I try to mostly complete a, one of the one house? should I just give up for tonight and finish up? One more, well, I'm not saying, like, I mean, like, actually just work on the house. Alright, I think I can sleep. So then, I guess what I'll do is I'll make some, pink terracotta. How much seed-wise do I have? Yeah, I have some up here. It's fine. Alright. And then I'm gonna cut down that tree as well. Oh, I don't have room for the slabs. I'm at least gonna get the base part of the house done, you know? To some extent. I can do that. Because that would be typical. Alright, I'm just gonna go faster than the... Let me see, what have I got? And anything in that one... I can make more, so it's fine. Yeah, there we go. Alright, make it 2 of those. Alright, then I'm gonna get 2 pink dyes, and I'll make the one. Oh, I almost forgot to... Do I have room? Yes. Alright. There we go. Just gonna break these with this just to see if I can't get any, yeah. I'm not looking for a lot, I'm just looking for 2. To make more. Oh wait, I already had some on me, so it was fine anyway. Let me go make some pink dye. And then I can finish that. Probably should have brought this upstairs, but I didn't. Alright. And I do have a thingy here. Make that, because I need that. Alright. Just gonna eat these things, because I can. They're not great, but they're a thing. You know, for a little while, a little bit of hunger. And then from there, I also need some dark oak. Let me see if I have any just available. I don't think I do, and I have to cut down one. It's fine. Or I might just cut down both while I'm at it. But do I have any just so that I don't have to do that? Because I don't feel like it. No. Of course not. Why do I have this over here? I have some over here as well. Like, Alright, I do not have any dark oak over here. I think I have some down by the, but not up here. Yeah. Alright, so we're just gonna cut these down. We're gonna hope we get the saplings we need back. Did I expect it? No. But I can still be hopeful. Always do the top first. That way, while you cut down the rest of the tree, it has a chance to just start offering you more saplings. Honestly, I have a good shot at getting some enough saplings as long as I just let it fall. And I don't break it myself. You know? Irony there. Alright, already breaking. There we go. I'm just not touching anything. I'm just letting it fall. And then I just gotta wait for them to come off themselves, you know? That's the fastest, easiest way to do it. It's just, and most likely. Hello, Shy Unicorn. How you doing? I'm about to finish up. I'm just getting some saplings and wood and stuff. How you doing? Okay, there's one there. I gotta do that one because if I see one, that's the one I have to break because it's like, don't want to risk. Alright, we have enough for one tree. Glad to hear you're doing okay. Now we hope for one more tree. We got to stack it a bit too, so it didn't do bad at all. Of the dark oak. I'm just gonna dump this in here. There. Probably gonna make bread. Oh, there's one. You know what? We're gonna use the fortune. If I have to, break one. Because, well, it doesn't really up your chances. It kind of, at least you can pretend it is. Directional hearing. Of course, you'd hear it more like that then. When your ears would be closer to it. I have 5. Where is it? Is it? Alright, we've got 2. We've got 3, 6, 7. Only need one more. So as long as one more falls, we're good. I think I have some back over at the, in the base. Oh wait, I think I saw it. No, it's just a stick. Stupid stick. I'm not giving in. It's a temptation to just break all the rest. Unless I see one. Because, like I said, it's... I have found that between the two, it's more likely to just on its own break. Maybe one. Nothing. Ew, the Liz's fortune. Come on, you gotta drop one more. One more is all I need. Yes! Haha! Like I said. Alright, now I can break these. It's fine. I could wait and see if I got one out of it, but I don't think I would have. Once you hit the point where it's like the chances are low, then I'll do it. Just 'cause. It's easier. But I have enough for 2 replacements. I mean, it was exact, but it was exact. And exact is good. Alright, I think I have all the materials I need. Just to do the basics of the area, or the room. I was tempted to try and get those, but I'm just gonna let them be. They will be as they will be. So instead, I am going to go down below and, probably need more birch. But we're gonna see. Oh wait, do I want to? I do want a half slab, I think. I don't know if it's gonna all be this color, but I want to be able to have this color just in case. Also, I don't know. I could throw in a little bit of texture here and there. Not really, but we can pretend we can. Nope, wrong room. That's Mrs. Higglebottom's house. We want the one in the middle. For example, like, you could pretend that you could say that there's like yes, Mrs. Higglebottom's house. Kind of like that. Kind of just mark out some like and then just like that. Kind of just like, there's a little space here that's just a little worn, maybe. Probably put like a table over this or something, or I don't know. Also noticing how closely these resemble each other. It's I don't think I want that much space because I feel like that's too much. I do need more. We're just gonna, I'm probably gonna just leave this down here, but alright. And boop. Because I want to adjust this one and make this one also these. Just a little bit of like, just a wear and tear kind of spot there, I guess, maybe. Or maybe it's just like a little, I don't know, something. I don't know. I think it could look good if I had more space, but I just don't really have it. We'll see. We'll see. Alright. Oh, what time is it? Oh, it's middle of the day. Alright. I don't have very much left. So, I am missing one. Of these, but basically I'm almost there. And then, but that's like the walls, you know, you got a little area there. But you got the pin, what is it called? The pinstripe, yeah, the pinstripe wallpaper there. I think that just looks nice. I'm gonna go see if I have one more piece of birch log. Oh, I'm looking right at the sun. It's kind of cool. Alright, let's see. Do I have any? And then, obviously, they're not actually going to get to escape, so I'm going to probably make some thing to keep them from escaping, but... Hi, guys. I guess the question is, do I make slabs, or do I make... I'm thinking... Also, I don't need all this... I'm just gonna leave that there for now. Alright. And then I'm gonna dump the other one in there. I'm gonna make one of those. Cool. And, yeah. I'm out of food, too. Do I have... I don't think I have any food down here. I just have raw fish left. Although I do have the ability... Wait, I have carrots. What am I doing? I have carrots. They're not good. But I can survive off them for a while. Just until I can get looting. Whatever that'll eventually be. Probably from a villager. Which is why we gotta finish this house. Alright. So... As I said, I don't know if this is gonna work. I hope it works. I'm super concerned that it won't. I'm gonna have to try and... I'm not gonna do it today, but I think what I want to do is I'm gonna want to try and see if I can't get a baby villager down here. Alright. Yeah. By the way, that will prevent all baby villagers from escaping, usually. I don't know if it still works. But that's what I've always done. It should still work. There. And it looks nice. I mean, obviously he'll try to get out of there, you know, but it'll work for what we want. Oh, right. I don't know if I have enough, but that's... Oops, you know I did that wrong. Alright, let's get out a couple of these. And then just boop, boop, like so. Kinda, and then... Because we're kind of going still with the kind of look that we would go for, right? Actually, what I would want to do here... this is going to be very messy. Luckily, there's not too much to it. Alright. I'm thinking like that around the edge. Oh, I need my bed out. And of course, we'll have like little beds out back here. We'll have little carpets and things and all that, but I do think I just need to finish up quickly so that, yeah. Alright. I'll do that. I don't want to do too many of those because I think I want to do them up top. Bop, bop, bop. And then we just use these like this. Like so. And that would go there like that, and then that would go like that. And then like that. And obviously you have the one up there to get you in there, but alright, and then I'm just gonna say bring these down. I have some there. And then I might make some chains and have that come down, and that'll be the lighting. What do you think? And obviously, if you come from up top, you fall right, like, here. Safe. Hopefully. Anyway, the room, other than being decorated, is done. We'll have to decide what we want this to be next time, but yeah, that's all that took. That looks good to you? I mean, fair enough. The entire concept is just kind of falling down and in. That's my bed, though. I'm gonna take that back with me. I'll add beds to it itself. I don't know what color I want to make them. But I'll probably color them, or make them like whatever. I don't know. We'll see. Pink, maybe. Now, I think I might, I could still use this behind, by the way. Let me see. Let me just make this really quickly. I know it's a bit of waste, but yeah. So if we were to take some of these, right? I'm not doing them right now too much, but what I'm thinking is to make Mrs. Hicklebottom's back part of the room using the same kind of method with the pinstripes, right? What I'm thinking instead, maybe, I'm not going to do it like on every side, but since it would be the focal point of her house, right? This back wall. So what you do is you go like that. I'll have to make more of this as well. And that one. Actually, maybe I want to add light behind it as well. Probably hidden light. Take like this. And then you can add like that. I don't know. Maybe not that. Maybe a different color behind it. I have to decide what I want to do. Let me see. How does this look? It does not look good. I will figure this out. I will figure this out. I do like it as a wallpaper, but it does need something behind it. So we'll figure it out. I think though she'll probably just have spruce floors. Alright. So next time we'll figure out how we do that, you know? But the one room is good. For just a basic room, and then obviously we'll add the stuff later. And I do need to finish. But I think we'll figure it out. We'll solve this. I mean, like, you could even go just as simple as just, let me see, do I have any? Apparently not. Apparently I do not. I was gonna say you could do like some glowstone behind it. It gives like a really interesting look. Interesting is the right word, by the way. But it can... I thought I still had some. But it can look really funky. Yeah, I don't have any. Okay, at least not up here. I don't really want to go through every chest. Just to find the glowstone. I'm just looking through what I even have here as well. Yeah. I kind of wanted to show. Okay, so that's that. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I swear I saw some just a little while ago, and I was like, okay. As I was going through chests. Maybe it's downstairs. We'll see. But, like, we could do something like that, or with the azalea, to kind of just create, like, that super... Just for the back wall, kind of like, I was double checking. Well, I'll look downstairs and see if it's there, because if it is, I kind of wanted to show what I mean. Alright, let's just see if I have any down here. And the reason I don't think I even could is just... Yeah, I do. Cool. I did have one down here. Alright, so... I obviously only have one piece. But... Here, let me just put this here so you can kind of see. I mean, that's kind of what that looks like. It's a very... So I don't know if I should do something like that. It's expensive, mind you, but... Like, if you liked that, I could do that. An almost moving, colorful, lit up. And the thing is, you can even take a little bit of, like, it's not, like, gonna be as good to do it like this, but then you could even just go bop in different places as well. But as you can see, the best one is the glowstone for that, but I, you know, and this is the thing I find funny. It really is like, it's like lit versus unlit. Anyway, we'll talk about it next time. Because I'm honestly not sure about it. Just from a... It could be good, it could be bad, it could be... I don't know. Probably won't do this. It's a bit... That's really expensive like that. And obviously you could take other blocks as well to go behind. Like moss. Moss could look cool behind it. I don't know, we'll see. And that's the actual answers. We will see. That's fish are missing. Is it just me or are there fish missing? There's a couple too. Like not like one or two. And some blocks. Why is this block's missing? Did some of my fish die because there's a block missing here? Yeah. Oh my goodness. My fish are being killed. I guess they're not dying. Oh, one did die. What the heck? Alright, buddy, I'm gonna save you. I can't save you yet. Oh, you guys named these. And I don't even know what fish it was, because it just despawned, no less. What is going on? And I don't have any buckets on me because I died. Okay, I need to remember to deal with this next time, so I'm going to save down here. Like, what the heck? But anyway, it's been a pleasure having you. I'm sorry those fish... I don't know what to do about that, because I can't save them. Especially since I don't know which ones are dead. But, it's been a pleasure having you. I hope to see you on Monday for some more Skyblock adventure. Thank you for popping in. Thank you for sticking around. I cannot believe I'm gonna have to have new named and new fishes. But yeah, it's been a pleasure having you, and yeah. Bye-bye!